Chuck.
What's the status, 3?
I'm good, just making the world a better place, that's all.
The Bakushi is the master of illusion. And if everyone believes the illusion, it becomes reality. Bakushi thinks he's won the game. But he didn't count on a pinch hitter.
All is continuous vibration, always in motion. Conductor of energy, a salt in the ocean. Serpent is the sine wave, polarities interwoven. A chemical sorcery, elixirs and potions. Resonant frequencies, molecular explosions. Your daily programs is heavy doses of hypnosis. People walk around blind even though their eyes are open. No time for ideological salesmen with biblical notions. That box in your room, televised lies through your vision. It doesn't matter your race, status, or religion. No longer have to beat you when your mind is locked in prison. That food is filled with toxins, is why you can't think clear. Illusion of choice is your option while keeping all in fear. Load up all your weaponry, the revolution is here. I said load up all your weaponry, the revolution is here.
We ain't in the same place, or occupy the same space. So get the fuck out my face.
In the instant, I changed the mission with photosynthesis. Witness the synthesis, rip it in this on instruments. Feel the frequency, energy off this Hennessy synergy. Literally those that take us to infinity. Reading articles, all is horrible, calling audibles. I'm remarkable, I shot a fed at a carnival. Dust and particles, follicles gon' be everywhere. Heavy pair of some pistols, I shot them holding that teddy bear. Fuck the system that's keep it simple and raise the temple. Make them triple while you're going to where they all assemble. Not Avengers, I'm the Avenger, I seek the engine. Kept my temper till I stuck the hidden blade up in them. Fuck the ruler, here's what they doing to you. Poison water in the food is what you put into you. I'm the shooter with new maneuvers. Caught back to Ruger, super trooper. He is gonna need a pooper scooper. The revenge of Montezuma. Rockin' my Pumas, uppercut like a Kuma, sending you straight to Luna. Cosmic verses from universes on new excursions, emerging the virgin. I pull the back, the iron curtain. War leaders are war eaters, born cheaters, war sneakers, rearrange their core features. Born reaper, hurricane, the sword keeper. Form ether, burn all of the mold geezers. Up in government, parliament, bitch, I'm tarnishing arguments. Ain't no bargaining, throw a bomb in the audience. I'm the guardian, strange you all in the cardigan. Rearrange the universe, I am the artisan.
We ain't in the same place, or occupy the same space. So get the fuck out my face.
As a king, fighting the spirit of Mesa King, vibing to my queen, playing the tambourine, while I'm eating the tangerine. My plasma was replaced with gasoline, got the blood of the Elohim, manifesting through a dream, a shit you never seen. I got the eyes of Medusa, and the hands of Wolverine, astral project with my inner being. We locked in the inner ring, hoping the Anunnaki intervene. Why the world is under siege, they got an abyss under the sea, living underneath. Lightning struck me standing under a tree while I was crumbling weed, and an angel swooped down, put me under her wing. Now she shields me from my desires the devil brings. Say my name in vain and you will never bleed. Say my name in vain and you will never bleed.
The Bakushi is the master of illusion.
Travel to dark places and bring back light from the dark ages. You were born dying. Once you start aging, things start changing, realizing all your thoughts come from the dark ages. Patient, have patience. It take time to diagnose the right maintenance. Every second, every hour, our brain changing. They say read a book instead of your bank statement. Broke. With a broken soul, a hopeless troll, going against the grain, blocking lanes until you lose control. What's the force that moves your bones? And what's the voice you hear in your head? when you all alone. We all were cloned from a X and Y chromosome. And you gotta go to the ocean floor to find the oldest bones. Get the squids and the oldest souls. The spine of the sea is the coral reef. Is there gravity in the water? Take a dive in, buoyancy. As your dead body float, you sure to see the sun rise at your feet. It's hard to make decisions. Listen when the world is glitching. It's hard to make decisions. The world is glitching. Family, I go to war behind. Morals, I stand behind. For the record, I had to put it on the vinyl. This is basic instructions before leaving Earth. When the blood pressure squeeze, it hurt. When the pressure's on your bloodline, and it comes down to whoever family squeezing first. We berserk in front of maroons, like the color bleeding through his shirt. Me and baby pray together. That's how we stay together. Hallelujah. Meaning hell is where they do it. Meaning hell is in the ground when they low. That's the lower you. That's when you see your soul split in two. The world glitching. The world glitching. The world glitching. Kinda hard being a normal John, knowing every time I die I spine. I think I'm God under the most high. When I yawn out my mouth, I literally can hear a ghost fly. It's a cold 9. I found every zero to the ones die. This shit sick, now divided in 3. You got the Trinity. Here's the trivia. 963. The 963. The world glitching. The world glitching.
What's up? Let me go to YouTube so I can get this link, this linkity linker. All right, hold up. We got to go to I'm going to read, I think I'm going to try to do 6 pages. I know I left off on spatial oxygen. I got to see if I left off on page 32. I finished page 32. You know me, Jay Height, and I love maps. The hell was that? Wow, that's how loud that sounds when people beep the horn? Oh, shit. That was loud, and I got the volume down. Huh. Please hit the like and share. No, I'm joking. People kill me. They say that all the time. I get it, but there's so much. Hold on. Okay. Damn, it picks up every little sound. Let's see what this map is. Boop. Oh, it's a video. I thought it was an actual map. Let's see. Oh, yeah. I got that map. I think I'm sub to this guy too, yeah. Yeah, one day I'm going to pull some of these old maps out. I got so much stuff on my laptop. It's insane. Maps and a lot of arguments Globers like to make is, oh, flat earthers, they use cartoon maps too. Which is fine. I get it. But one thing a flat earther can do is go outside and take real pictures to discredit the curvature. They can't. They got to use fisheye lens. But no, it's cool. It's no problem, Jay. I'm still gonna watch the video anyway, cause maybe that guy picked something up that I missed on the map. Maybe he could explain stuff on the map that, you know, a lot of these maps, you know, other people probably know more than I do, because I know that map starts with Jerusalem. Jerusalem's supposed to be the center of the world on that map. I love maps too. I could only imagine what was sealed away from the 1800s. I mean, the more I learn about the 1800s, the more I realize so much is being hidden from us. And the technology. I would love to find some books from the 1800s. Not books on the internet that say they're from the 1800s. Actual books from the 1800s. To know nothing was rewritten or taken out. I even want to get a Webster dictionary from the 1890s. All right, let me start. I left off on page 33, my favorite number, the double trinity. All right. It says to activate this specifically densified collagen, solid, liquid, and gaseous media must first be introduced into a specially shaped and alloyed vessel. It then depends on the type of movement, for everything has to be inwound towards the center along cycloid spirals. To the center along cycloid spiral, space curves after the manner of upwardly spiraling dust twisters, in whose central axis the intimate intermixture marriage of bipolar basic elements takes place. You see how they be wording this stuff? I'd be like, blah, blah, blah. It sounds like my rhymes. Most people, what are you talking about? I could guarantee I play that verse for people in my new song, and they'd be like, what are you talking about? Anyway. I think the guy should have put commas after some of this. In a sense, it represents the formation of an alloy composed of variously charged ethericities. It says ethericities. I just don't get this word. It says it don't exist. It says etheric, so it's ethericities. I don't know. At the expense of oxygen, which is a precipitate of solar energy in gaseous form. In other words, oxygen, as the more inactive, is bound by exalted ethericities of carbon-14 and carbonic acid. This process was previously unknown, and as a result, the term implosion, as the exact opposite of explosion, I think I read this yesterday, was likewise unknown. Equally incomprehensible initially is the accompanying phenomenon associated with the preparation of collagen. By regulating the rate of rotation in biotechnical machines, the temperature can be brought down to the anomaly point +4 degrees Celsius, which is plus 39.2 degrees Fahrenheit, and maintained there almost constantly. At this, its highest state of specific density, spatial oxygen becomes so inactive that it can be bound or consumed by the counterpolar geospheric ethericity. Yeah. Let's see if this word exists, because this is bugged out. Oops. Hold on, I gotta put the internet on. Unprepared. Okay. What the fuck's going on here? Anyway, I got it. Yo. Oh, it would help if I turn the internet on, hey? Sorry, everyone. I just want to see. This word has been bothering me the whole time I've been reading. No, it's not. And it's not. See, it thinks it's and ethnicity, but it's not. Saying this word don't exist. Etheric. Yeah, this word don't exist. That's bug. Oh, ethericity. So it does exist, but why won't it pronounce it? It says there's one meaning. It's a noun. What? Ethericity is formed within English. Yeah. It says etymons, whatever that is. But it says ether. And then the icity it means the icity you add at the end of a word, which means formed by the addition of the suffix, but it still don't make sense. Anyway, fuck it. Sorry about that, but I had to find out. Here it is important to monitor the anomaly state of the latter because it reaches its highest level of activity in this state. Although specially constituted catalysts are also involved, it would serve no useful purpose at this point to elaborate on their effects. During this process, these geospheric here we go again, ethericities, funny word, ethericities, generate a biomagnetic field whose surplus energies radiate vertically and draw the surrounding mass of basic elements up with them as they ascend. This creates an artificial cyclone, a tornado, or waterspout, which carries away everything in its immediate vicinity. Exactly the opposite effects are obtained if any given mass is accelerated centrifugally from the inside outwards. In those devices which apply centrifugal motion, the temperature of the mass rises in step with the increase in rotational velocity. Wind tunnels, or it says visualize wind tunnels. A biological vacuum operates with the same force as normal atmospheric pressure, or at about 1 atm/cm2. I don't know what that means. Let me see if it'll tell me. And as pulsations increase during the impulsive process, this force is intensified 100 or 1,000-fold. This is the first time the immense cyclonic power of a hurricane has been explained. Now, he's explaining it because they create these fucking things. I've been trying to tell people for a long time. Anyway, let me see what it says. Alright, I don't got time for this. With implosion, however, no heat is generated, nor are any of the motional resistance familiar to engineers. On the contrary, there is an increase in performance because the moving masses become increasingly cooler. It is worth mentioning here that magnetic and almost heatless light can also be generated by the same process. The phenomenon of the cold light emitted by abyssal fish, which can only be produced under the particular conditions of potential found in abyssal waters, proves this. The same potential can be produced with planetary motion at almost no cost. So, it is now possible for the naturally minded to overcome the forces of gravity present in the zone of the atmosphere, as well as to build up their own spiritual and physical gravitational field. What is planetary mass motion? When a relatively heavy maple seed matures and drops off the mother tree, it falls. Its fall is braked by two Archimedean propeller-like wings and spiraling slowly earthwards. It is often carried a kilometer or so by the wind. Curiously, this natural braking propeller is currently used in pressure turbines as an impeller and as the means of propulsion for ships and aircraft. It is also used to drive hydroelectric generators. The faster these braking propellers rotate, the greater the area over which groundwater sinks. The active surface in these turbines become pitted and sometimes even holed. The reason why was never discovered. However, because the X-ray-like horizontally emitted rays can only be measured if their speed is considerably reduced by filters made of fats. It says paraffin wax. Paraffin wax. I want to see what paraffin wax is. Are you kidding me? These cats just erased my fucking... I'm gonna kill these bastards. How did this happen? Damn it, I had to touch things. I got the book, but... I had to look the word up. My fucking book disappeared. Alright, page 33 or 34. Alright, 34 now. Why won't it let me? There we go. Now where was I? The word was paraffin wax. What the fuck is that? What the fuck is going on? Fuck it, it ain't letting me do it for some reason. Why can't I look the words up? Sorry everyone, I know. Something ain't going on right here. Yeah. It's connected. Yo. Anyway, fuck it, I'll figure it out later. These rays have a electrolytic effort over a wide area. The decomposition of farm produce and other forms of growth should also be mentioned here, which is caused by the rapid movement of the steel tractor drawn ploughs. Apart from the depotentiation of the groundwater due to the creation of a film of rust, the rapid pressuring movement of the plough's share causes shock waves, which destroy the finely attuned harmony of the soil's vibrations. This has the same effect as jazz music on the airs. It is no wonder, therefore, that a world of parasites proliferates as a result. Poisoning them is completely useless, because this microbial kingdom will only multiply and spread even more. Planetary motion consists of an inwinding vertical movement that simultaneously narrows towards a point. Here, rotational velocity constantly increases as the orbital radius constantly reduces. As the center of this in-rolling vortex, a densation is produced, which in turn develops into an attracting inward pulling pole. This densation is not limited to physical space alone. On the contrary, it is also raised to a spaceless condition through an increase in the frequency of the oscillations. It is this spacelessness or vacuity that generates the biological vacuum. The relation between the material, energetic, and more subtle worlds should be conceived as a pyramid, where in coarser, less energetic matter occupies the lower portion. As the volume reduces with height, the proportion between matter and energy gradually reverses until, at the very apex, all that is left is extremely fine matter or energies in a subtle or etheric state, above which the biological vacuum begins. Planetary in-rolling, which we see in the movement of the stars and galaxies, has no fixed axis. Bullshit! Now they're lying. If they were smart, they would have said Polaris is the fixed axis. But anyway, enrolling motion is also never circular. Rather, we should speak of an egg-shaped orbital path, which has an effect of endlessness. Evolution, therefore, has no boundaries. If water, earth, or air masses are moved in such spiraling systems, then the additional power and efficiency increases by the square of the rotational velocity. This should be compared with the disintegration of energetic substances provoked by the systems of techno-academic motion that have so impoverished us all. We shall be faced with the unstoppable destruction of our daily bread if present methods of cultivation continue unchanged. Life is indestructible. The way earth, water, and air are moved determines whether pathogenic or healthy life forms come into being. The result of the latest research produced the surprising discovery that there is no constantly sterile water. Indeed, at the hands of nature alienated hydraulic engineers, it most certainly does degenerate. It rears up against such treatment, and as a catastrophic mass, it causes immense havoc. But in spite of this, they are still unable to realize their mistakes. This water then sinks down into the depths and makes its escape to areas beneath deserts. Here, in underground streams, it is once more able to move itself planetarily. That fucking word. New life can even arise from burnt, carbonized bacterial cultures. But if it is wrongly moved and processed, then its parasitic nature soon becomes evident. However, if this culture is placed in soil that has been spread humanity's misguided interference, then its life force blossoms again immediately. Science has also failed to see that there are two fundamentally different forms of temperature gradient. One is water synthesizing, and the other water analysis. It is to this ignorance that science owes its inability to transmute seawater into fresh water, and to do so cheaply and in a natural way. With the same process of cold agitation, it is also possible to disinfect bacterially contaminated water. For millions of years, nature has shown us how this is done. Paradise could very quickly be reinstated once humanity realizes that primordial, formative motion cannot be replaced by an unnatural, techno-academic one. Now, I wonder if you put contaminated water, right, into the ground, as long as there's soil, rocks, right, maybe some coal, all that fresh water underground. If people ever watch these videos of people going underground, you'll see all the natural springs, man. The water's so fucking clear you could drink from it. No, I think the rocks and the soil filter all of it out, all the bacteria. And not all of it, but even say there's like poison and shit, I think it would filter it out. Maybe. All growth must be preceded by decomposition. all growth must be preceded by the thorough decomposition of earthly life. Without the evolutionary younger generation of waste matter, no evolutionally older, these words, man, evolutionally, what the fuck is that? No evolutionally or older rising generation can continue to evolve. Eternal rest for the deceased is therefore impossible, because it is the earthly remains of former life that breathes life into the rising generation. Even in his time, I think Golf. What the fuck is this? It's not letting me look these words up, man. What's going on here? Sorry, hold on. Anyway, fuck that. Goethe. I think that's his name. Goethe. I don't know. It's spelled Goethe. Anyone have an idea? Goethe was aware that human beings also exist in crystalline form. The formation of decomposition of the hardest rocks depends on whether the rocks are able to breathe naturally or unnaturally. For example, let us examine the growth of a rock crystal quartz. This ceases immediately if the crystal is removed from its place of origin, or if the diffused air of its environment, suffused with high-grade nutrients, is in any way altered climatically through over-illumination or overwarming. By a similar logic, the alteration of natural systems of seeding, conservation, and felling in old-growth forests, resulting in the depletion or lack of vital nutritive material, is reasonable for the wasting and almost imperceivable slow death of the replanted young forest. She half pulled him down, he half sank on her. In order to understand the full significance of this rather suggestive but evolutionary important rhythmical interplay, the procreation of water within the dewdrop should be described in more detail. Dew can only be formed in very particular places and environments. These must possess all the geological and topographical features conducive to the intermixture of specific diffuse substances. The location itself must be oriented so that the Mr. fertilization of geospheric ethericities by the early rays of the rising sun can take place at the proper angle. Temperature is another important factor and should not be overlooked, for it is only the still heatless rays of the sun that enable the foundation and accumulation of water. As soon as the sun's rays become warmer, the dewdrop bursts. Where the right conditions prevail, soap bubble-like vessels in which mysterious levitative substances accumulate appear on the tips of the blades of grass. These little sacs are formed in the first light of early morning, when the air becomes conspicuously cooler. When the first rays of the rising sun encounter this Mr. Egg, the Mr. fertilization of its contents and the genesis of crystal clear water take place, filling the sac by about 2/3. The remaining space is filled with a noble gas, which holds the dewdrops erect until it is eventually demagnetized by the increasing influence of heat. The dewdrop then becomes heavy and begins to keel over, bending the tip of the grass downwards at the same time. that it does not fall immediately indicates that its magnetic adhesion is still active. Finally, the little balloon burst, and the water, procreated through the crossing of diffuse ethericities of converse nature, trickles down to the ground. If this little sack of dynagen is trodden on by warm bare feet, then a tingling sensation is felt, whereas if well-polished shoes are worn, the soles in the upper shoe turn reddish in color and become permeable to water. However, if one walks through grass, especially in alpine pastures where the dew is in the process of evaporating during the day, shoes then become covered with a glossy fat filter, which waterproofs them far better than the best polish. Today, the knowledge of this best possible waxing is as good as completely lost. The old foresters and farmers knew of it and referred to it as the extreme unction. It is a treatment to which all seeds should be subjected in order to make them impervious and able to germinate vigorously. Even on desiccated soils, good after growth can be achieved in this way. The growing sterility, that's what it says, sterility, I don't know, and increasing susceptibility of seed materials to molds are to be attributed to present methods of cultivation. The increasing sterility, yeah, I'm tearing that word up, of shade-demanding timbers can be observed, even as they grow towards maturity, which is the combined result of exposure to direct light and the absence of thick protective bark. Over-illuminated and overwarmed rivers also lose their inward drawing biomagnetism in exactly the same fashion. Having lost its regenerative ability, river water begins to deteriorate and eventually dies. It literally suffocates due to the loss of this insuctional force. It can no longer absorb incident radiation, and therefore fertilization no longer occurs. In stretches where the fall is steep, it also becomes unstable and it flows uncontrolled because the energy axis created by differences in temperature has lost its power. Under normal conditions, this force pulls upstream towards the lowest temperatures at the spring and therefore functions as a regulating brake. Water flowing planetarily is a dynamo and emits radiation in the form of corpuscular energies, which permeate the surrounding soil and enhance the growth of vegetation. In hydraulically regulated streams and rivers, this dynamo has been switched off. How can the existence of these reciprocities, that's what it says. Oh no. Yeah. Reciprocities actually be proven? I don't know what a reciprocity is, but hey. Measurement with existing methods is impossible because there are no instruments sensitive enough to pick up the frequency range. We are concerned here with energies, which indirectly create all we are able to perceive around us. Let me say that again. We are concerned here with energies, which indirectly create all we are able to perceive around us. But as agents, they are never manifested materially and can only be measured by their observed function. The only means of doing this is to break them with fat in sheet or slab form, paraffin wax. It is then possible to study the various light phenomena and establish whether the rays are formative or disintegrative. All normal resistances, such as glass, porcelain, metals, or minerals, have no breaking effect and will be transpierced. Water is produced through the intermixture of high-grade, vertically radiant energies, which diffuse counterflowing radiation under the hermetic exclusion of light, heat, and external air. If the inherent quality of life imbuing fertilizing substances is high enough, then the water develops a shimmering bluish-green hue. For this reason, no high-grade water is ever colorless. Water of this quality can only be produced with the aid of the original in-rolling form of mass motion. However, this should be in no way be considered as consisting a centripetal motion only. That's a weird word, centripetal. For no such one-sided mass motion exists. The important thing is that the insuctional component predominates. Water of this order moves almost silently and has such an extraordinarily high specific weight that under the effect of heavy frost, which densities surface water and the air immediately above it, egg-shaped stones composed of metalliferous limestone can even rise to the surface. Once there are rapidly encircled by a collar of ice, and a protective layer of ice peppered with these stones gradually forms, which prevent the overcooling of the underlying water strata. Shut up! Biomagnetically supercharged river water never freezes, and its temperature even increases slightly if the degree of frost drops below a certain level. When this happens, watercress begins to grow luxuriously on the bottom, and the old foresters used to use it as a natural camouflage for their traps. So far, this water warming phenomenon under heavy frost has never been explained. It immediately becomes clear, however, if the diverse nature of the potentials produced when water is moved planetarily are compared to those resulting from centrifugal motion. Distinguishing magnetically charged water from water with the opposite potential. How can magnetically charged water be differentiated from water with the opposite potential? Since this involves different types of potential, it can only be established indirectly. For this reason, even a chemist would be unable to determine its beneficial quality. His knowledge is limited to the sort of water that is able to communicate. Water, whose various potentials are in labile equilibrium and which is incapable of reproduction and upward evolution. Even the best mountain spring water loses this ability once it enters the external atmosphere. On this account, biomagnetically supercharged water can only be produced artificially and made use of as an all-healing medicinal drink as follows. The best water to use for this purpose is it says condensated water that has been distilled or well boiled, salt free, oxygenated water that has been demagnetized by the sun or by heating with fire. If seawater is to be used as the starting material, then it has first to be condensed by way of cold circulating currents, which is only possible with the use of a specially shaped and alloyed suction whirl pipe. This is very inexpensive to operate, and any desired quantity of condensated water can be obtained in a very short space of time. As almost chemically pure raw water, this is then transferred to a hermetically sealed, egg-shaped vessel, well insulated against the effects of light, heat, and external air. In this vessel, a biological vacuum is created by means of a cone-shaped, double-rilled suction diaphragm. Through the action of appropriate catalysts and the influx of predominantly negatively charged salts, biomagnetism then develops. This accumulates in the carrier water. Oh, okay, so they're talking about water. It says this accumulates in the carrier in a fashion similar to the storage of an electrical charge. All right, I have this thing here. I gotta see how I can get a picture of it. Let me shrink this. Bing bong. And let me screenshot it. So I could show it. What do y'all think so far? I know most people probably don't even know what the hell I'm reading. It's still Victor Schwaberger's book, which I think a lot of this knowledge is very, very important. To me, at least. How do I share? Oh. Ouch. Fucking shoes. Oh. All right. Well, we'll see what happens. Man. All right. I'm gonna read one more page. This is page 40. That's 7 pages. I forgot how many I said I would read a day. Hold on. Let me see if this picture was sent. All right. It was. So this is the device they're using. He was talking about when I was reading. I want to take a look at that while I read this last page. If a thick-walled glass tube of suitable internal diameter is inserted, like what the hell do they mean by that? If a thick glass tube of suitable internal diameter is inserted into the biomagnetized water, then corpuscular biomagnetic emanations rise upwards and under cool environmental conditions bind the atmospheric oxygen present in the upper part of tube. Newly formed juvenile water comes into being in this way, provided certain other preconditions are met, being in a labile state of equilibrium, akin to high-grade groundwater. It begins to float and gently pulsate. The above suction-inducing device constantly produces biomagnetism, which permeates the water as it levitates, binding oxygen as mentioned above. The newly formed water begins to well up, becoming more and more strongly biomagnetically charged, and rises up the pipe to any desired height where it flows out as an artificial mountain spring. The same principle was applied by the peoples of ancient cultures who raised biomatically supercharged water right up to high-lying sacred grooves of trees using suction whirl pipes, which operated like inverted Archimedean pressure screws. For the rising conduits, they used natural stone pipes laid with mortar, in which sand and lime were mixed with biomagnetized water. This was also the case with Roman mortar. Similar systems of conduits can still be found today in Mexico in the form of pyramids. And they say, right, and they got in quotations, burial chambers. Yeah, right. They are still in good condition. They are also to be found in the form of obelisks weighing over 50 tons, whose outer surfaces were transformed into diffusion devices, pores, by sintering. Due to the presence of the necessary catalysts, they function like true eggshells. They therefore became vertebral breathing mechanisms, enabling the various elements enclosed in the old masonry to be emancipated. A live chicken also evolves from a properly aerated mixture of proteins in a similar fashion. And like the ensouled, quickened, healing water flowing from the top of the standpipe, another new life process unfolds. This natural ascension was facilitated by golden roofs and spires. We have seen how aquatic creatures and amphibians gradually freed themselves from the domain of water with better and better eggshells, and how they are able to rise into the air. Ancient peoples, or rather their rulers, and those who directed their lives, high priests, did exactly the same thing. For the true purpose of evolution is to raise everything to a higher level of development or unfoldment. All this may sound just as utopian as the explanation of these processes of renewal, which, like everything proper to nature, are simple and which are ordered through the natural regulation of metamorphic flows. Panta Rei. Mass is converted into energy, and if the natural preconditions are copied faithfully, it is then transmuted into increased and ennobled growth and other forms of life. Compare this with contemporary world views, which promulgate the the ascent of souls of the dead to become hallelujah singers in heaven, or eternal rest after death, while simultaneously threatening eternal damnation in hell. Ooh, I'm scared. It is thus all the more remarkable that in this age of nuclear power, anyone can still believe in such fairy tales, and at the same time treat earlier truths and sayings with such disdain. People hope and believe in vain that they will be able to create paradis. I think it's paradisiacal conditions with the wrong form of motion, which has actually turned this unique and unparalleled existence on earth into hellish torment. It is a paradox of history that the unnatural movement of the source of life on this earth, water, is solely and entirely to blame for the deplorable state of affairs. Throughout the whole civilized world, water is now in flight, for by destroying its naturally ordained form of movement, meaning the frequencies that would flow over the water, they changed them. I guess that's what he's talking about. Humanity robbed it of any possibility of evolvement. While the world may continue to survive a little longer off the spoils of over-exploitation and pretend to a state of well-being, it will eventually become more and more poverty-stricken as it inexorably gravitates toward a ghastly future. The world has been wrongly programmed, and people are being to curse those who contrived our diabolical technological thraldom, those who so intensified it that now the mere press of a button is all is needed to irradiate at one fell swoop this divine work of creation. Mix the substances of the heavens and the earth, and thou wilt be joyful, independent and contented thine whole life long. So says the most ancient, the Urarian. So says the most ancient Urarian testament of the Tabula Smaragdina. Tabula Smaragdina, which was incised into the hardest stone, the emerald. No one was able to interpret the meaning of this enigmatic transmission, so incomprehensible to conventional science. Was it a higher direction of events or a remarkable accident that led to the revelation of evolution's most profound secret, a secret that has lain buried for thousands of years by of all things the most silent creature on this earth? It was a trout floating motionlessly amidst the torrential waters of an alpine stream that divulged it to a young forester with an inherited gift of an intimate connection with nature. The discovery of a new, highly potent form of energy. How was this apparently harmless, erroneous motion discovered, whose effect is more dangerous than a hydrogen bomb? It was one Sunday morning about 35 years ago in 1919, while stalking a gamecock whose mating ground lay in a high alpine quarry, that I came upon a crystal clear, fast-flowing mountain stream about 1 meter, which is 3.3 feet, wide, lying across my path. On the point of jumping over it with the aid of my staff and while seeking a secure hold on the smooth and slippery rock bed for its tip, I flushed a large trout from its lair. Its color blended so well with the surroundings that it almost escaped my eye. As if shot from a bow, the trout darted upstream and vanished. Several questions flashed through my mind just as quickly as the trout sped upstream. 1. How did the trout, and later I saw dozens of them in the same stream, actually manage to get to this spot? It was cut off by 100-meter, which is 330 feet, high waterfall about a kilometer downstream, where the water was atomized into a veil of mist. 2. How was it able to flee upstream like a streak of greased lightning in defiance of all the laws of gravity? 3. How was it possible for the fish to stand so motionlessly in this wildly torrential flow, which made my staff shake so much that I could hardly hang on to it? 4. What forces enabled the trout to overcome its own body weight so effortlessly and quickly, and at the same time overcome the weight of water flowing against it? 5. Why didn't the water freeze, even during periods of severe frost with temperatures below 30 degrees Celsius, negative 22 degrees Fahrenheit? Even in hottest summer, these spring waters maintain their characteristic temperature of plus 4 degrees Celsius or plus 39.2 degrees Fahrenheit. Wild animals that have been shot or are sick come to these springs to heal their painful wounds or other inflammations, or to die there without pain. Once there, they are almost oblivious of approaching huntsmen who release them with a merciful coup de grace. This upwelling flow was called healing water by the old huntsman because it alleviated gout, arthritis, and other ailments of old age. Smirking, they declared emphatically that it restored virility or maintained it right into old age, which was why even feudal lords who had become slightly dottery never failed to drink the water from these young restoring springs. After the First World War, the feudal owners of Austrian hunting estates lost their great wealth. Widespread overexploitation of the forest, even in remote areas, began with the aid of tilt gate sluices, which were installed in narrow defiles. The previously healthy spring streams were soon turned into veritable ruins. Millions of cubic meters of solid timber fell victim to the more rational operation of log flumes. All warnings were ignored, and brutal self-interest alone was the order of the day. The obviously thriving stands of up-and-coming timber were relegated to second place in favor of uniform silviculture, monoculture, where young trees were marshaled in rank and file like soldiers, thus producing a completely different image of the forest. However, with a few years, there were already sufficient evidence to show that stands of young plantation timbers raised according to conventional scientific methods had developed a thoroughly spongy structure. I'm going to end it here. I did an extra page just because it was getting interesting. So I read 10 pages. Ooh, buddy. Then next, it looks like they're going to start talking about tree cancer and shizzle. But there we are. Victor Schwauberger. Has anyone seen my Uncle Schwaubergy? Damn, what page was that? Write that down so I don't forget. Alright. If anyone's still freaking here, dude. Which I doubt because I bored everyone out of here. What up, Dean? Oh, that was a half hour ago. Damn it. I bored everyone out of here, dude. Motherfucker. Yeah, cymatics. What's up, Bex? Zephra Avoxel. I fucked that name up. Chief 18 Wheels, what's good? And that's about it, man. Nobody really said schnizzle because I bored everyone out of here, but that's cool. See, when it comes down to good information like that, people don't want to hear it for the most part. Which is fine. I'm still gonna do me and read. So now we're gonna get into cymatics, we're gonna get into frequency, or we'll have an open panel. We'll see what happens in the next 15 minutes. I don't know if Dean's here, he probably left. Oh, okay, Dean. Centrifugal to outward motion. Like it's the Earth's so-called gravity, yeah. Let me send this link to Dean, see if he's still around. See what happens. Anyway, let me get this back down here. I thought, just in case no one comes up, I'm going to do me. Regardless. Yeah, yesterday was a good convo, man. Peace to the realist McCoy. You know, much respect to the realist McCoy. You know, I'm in the process of being serious about my health and learning. That's why I like when McCoy comes up here, because he's always dropping some good knowledge if people pick it up. He knows what he's talking about because he lives it, and that's the best way to get information, is to listen to someone that lives it. I got my flaws. I smoke cigarettes, I smoke weed, I smack Jesus in his face. You know, I got my flaws. I said, people try to pray for me in Jesus' name. I said, I'll save myself. Fuck that lame. No, I'm joking. Oh my God, that's blasphemous, Chuck. Oh my Lord, you're gonna burn. Yeah, shout out to Joe King too, man. And Dean. And Max Vision too. A great stream yesterday. Y'all missed it, you know. But I'm gonna release it. I just put it on private because I was on my shit, you know. When I speak my bullshit, sometimes I get carried away. And so what we were reading about is how they create vortexes and how they create. When I was talking about like tornadoes and stuff in Schwalberger's book, he's talking about they can create these things through frequency. And that's why these tornadoes and these hurricanes are so fucking strong now, because of they were able to put these towers everywhere, which allows them to use more frequency. I'm looking at Schwalberger's inventions right now. And man, he also got a lot of UFO. The free energy they use, which is just renewable energy. They keep these devices are like the, what do you call it, the Vermanas? Oh shit, what's this? Okay. So has anyone ever tried Victor Schwalberger's composing methods? So let me pull this up so y'all can look at this, because it's important. You miss class, that's your ass. All right. Let me dip out of this. Why does it keep doing this, man? Let's see, boom. All right. So this is a picture of the tree. I just clicked on it to zoom in, and it's pretty bad. Let's see. He had an interesting method of composting that was discussed in detail in the book called Living Energies by Calum Coates. He used a method that included using living trees to aerate the compost, claiming the egg shape and the movement of the tree made superior compost. Interesting. I'm curious if anyone is trying this. Blah, blah, blah. Interesting. I guess Dean departed. Log flume. Interesting. Yeah, I don't want to do this forever, so man, 6 people in here and no one's saying a word. How interesting. Man, you guys are great company. I can only imagine who's in the bushes. What's up, Dom? Wow, somebody exited out, like Guinness Stout and Trout. Trout are amazing fish. This guy said a brook trout mated with damn, I forgot what he said, which created a shark trout or some dumb shit. Wow, look at Mars. That's interesting. Now these, I wonder why NASA don't show these pictures of the planets. And sharing is amazing. I get to know an indigenous tribe that lives in the Amazon jungle in Peru from a documentary, Woven Songs of the Amazon. Wow. Church windows. Top-down view of DNA. Huh. If anyone wants to come up, I think I dropped a linky. What's this? Oh, wow. Now we're talking. Hey, I know where that building is. Golden ratio. By placing water inside a loudspeaker, I discovered the hidden geometry of these resonant frequencies, hence translating sound into liquid architecture. I engraved these sound glyphs onto stone tablets. Well, good for you. In an attempt to freeze the music of architecture onto the very stone used to construct Hawksmoor's building. That's the worst system I've ever heard. It's all tweeter. This project aims to provoke new insights into the subtle vibrations through which all life manifests itself. This shows the missing profound knowledge of understanding the spatial qualities of sound and silence with respect to mass, form, and void, which very much has its impact on its inhabitants as well. Unfortunately, we are often negligent in the consideration of the spatial qualities with respect to sound itself. If you want to find the secrets of the universe, think in terms of energy, frequency, and vibration. Wow. Look at this architecture. Now we're fucking talking. Now, if you took that and flipped it around, you see how the point comes out in the center? That reminds me of our realm. Look at that. All right, Dom. Looking forward to it. Yeah, trout fish and pompano fish. Yeah. Man, I haven't been fishing in a while. The last time I went deep sea fishing, I wanted to show y'all something, as a matter of fact. People say, well, how does frequency work on the ocean? I'll show you. Damn, I thought I saved that video. Let's see. Oh shit, that's right. I'm not on my phone. Shit. interesting. Where did the fuck this go? This is it right here. Well, this is the best I could do for now. But I'll show y'all later of how the ocean works with frequency.
Mic check.
You sound like you're in a church with high ceilings.
Yeah, I'm in an empty apartment working. Yeah. What's going on, man?
Not much.
Yeah.
Just got out of work. When I got out of work, I went on here to work some more.
Did you get the text I sent you?
My work never.
Did you
What?
Did you watch the videos I sent you, man?
Not yet.
Just earlier. You might want to check them out. You might want to share them.
I will.
Yeah, definitely interesting. For sure. Yeah. Did you like this morning?
What was that? You kind of like.
I'm gonna put these headphones in. I forgot how to put them in. Let me try this.
Yeah, because you're going in and out.
Hold on. Yeah.
Holy shit! Look at this guy. What a joke this guy looks. I watched what's his name yesterday, man. He had a pretty good video about the top hat and the umbrella and the symbology behind the umbrella being the firmament and the handle to the umbrella is the North Pole. What's his name? Damn. Hold on, it's coming to me. His name.
I need to take me a break anyway, man.
Fuck. What's his? Let me look on my phone. I always forget his name, man. When I say his name, y'all know who he is. Yeah, it was a really good video, man. Jay Dreamer, see? Right when I went to the app opened up, I remembered it. Yeah, Jay Dreamers. He had such a good freaking video.
Can you share the link?
What?
Share the link.
Where?
That doesn't matter here. Whatever.
Oh, yeah. Let me get the link. Oh, okay, Dean.
Hey, what's up, Dean?
Tell her.
Hey,
tell more. Well, I hope Maureen. I hope everything goes good for you and Maureen, man. Maureen.
Yeah, me too, man.
Not Maureen. Maureen.
Yeah, best wishes for you guys, Dean. For sure.
Look, Michael Faraday, who had to do with the Faraday cage.
Yeah. Blocks frequency.
Yeah, he stole that from my ancestors. Bastard. You ain't from this land. You're a squatter, dude. I found out my great uncle was Hitler.
Oh, yeah?
No, I'm joking. I don't know. I always wondered who my German ancestors are. Hopefully they weren't in... Well, you know what? If they were in the German... Well, they couldn't have been because we came here in 1890, but...
I don't think the man with the mustache was as bad as they made him out to be.
No.
He was hunting down the heads of the fucking Illuminati, man.
Hitler infiltrated the German people. He was a sellout piece of shit.
Yeah, but he turned against them. That's why they fucking killed him.
Yeah, that was their whole plan. I think they sent him in there. He's Austrian,
And the guy I just read about,
Jewish, man.
Wauberger, is also Austrian.
Yeah, he was half Jewish too.
Yep. If anything, the Jewish people did my German people wrong, you know. And then they always cry about tattoos on their hand in camps. Well, that has, we're in the same boat, but instead of being, we're in a giant concentration camp, and we willingly carry the numbers and call them Social Security cards. So we're just idiots.
Man.
It's no difference. It's no difference, man. We're in the biggest concentration camp. Think about it. Let's say what the Jewish people say Israel, and they were poisoned and all this stuff. Well, we live in the biggest concentration camp ever. We're going through the same things they did.
We're all being poisoned. Yeah, man. It's just killing's killing. You know what I mean? And
oh yeah, we could say that COVID-19, the vaccinations were poison. They were poison.
Yeah.
I'm gonna leave this video up to prove that we can talk about it now, because like I said,
is that right?
YouTube got sued to no oblivion by doctors as well as other platforms. Because
you should jump on it too.
Because they were
freedom of speech.
Yeah, but real doctors were on here trying to speak truth about the vaccines, and they were getting their stuff taken down.
Yeah, because they put them out too soon.
Because they were trying to speak the truth.
No, I'm talking about the vaccine. They put them out too soon. That's why.
I don't care if they put them out 7 years from now. I still want to get them.
Yeah, well, that's what somebody said. It might have been you said it takes 7 years for them to, fully get one ready.
The problem with the vaccinations are they're all poison. In my opinion, that's in my opinion. Now they'll tell you they're not, but my opinion is they are. And I'm not telling anyone what to do. You can do what you want and get it or not. I'm just saying I don't want that shit. Now, the reason your body should automatically identify it and be able to fight anything. The reason why people can't fight things is because they're constantly putting poisonous food in their body, and it weakens their body, so it can't fight back. So they believe they're sick, and they fall to go get the Vigity vaccination. Like I just read, the parasites are everywhere, man. I think, in my opinion, parasite has to do with demonic possession. It's the same thing, and parasites, the food we eat constantly feeds them. There's sugar in everything, and how I know is my aunt was a real bad diabetic, and my aunt, in like 2000 and she's been a diabetic a long time. My aunt wasn't able to eat anything, man. Anything in the store, she had to get like the most bland, boring food because everything had sugar.
My aunt was the same way, dude.
Yeah, and that's how I started to find out synthetic sugars and everything because of my aunt. And I personally don't think if you fix your diet and you start eating correctly, I don't think you need to be on insulin. It's just my opinion. I'm not a doctor or nothing. I'm just saying it through my research. Don't take anything I say, people. I'm not a doctor. I'm just speaking my opinions. I don't give medical advice. I'm just speaking through my research. That's it. You do your own research, people. Don't listen to anything I say. You do your own freaking research.
Or come by my house and do brain surgery.
Make your own decisions. Don't make decisions off of what I say. You go do your own research and make your own decisions then. I don't need people saying, well, Chuck said this, so nah, man, do your own research. Chuck didn't say nothing.
That's hilarious.
What was I gonna do?
Check your techniques.
I was gonna look something up.
So tell me about that ocean and the frequency. What was he talking about?
Oh yeah. All right, pull it up in a minute.
Yeah.
Let me get out of here. This is a boring website.
It's funny, dude, that we were talking about the Jimmy Jab because the video I sent you had something to do with the Jimmy Jab and the graphene.
You could say vaccine.
Yeah. Well, that video is pretty wild, man, and it's a doctor talking, and he's putting it out there, man. The whole truth, you know what I mean?
Oh yes, I bet you I seen that video. I think I know you sent me.
Yeah, it was his first time I'd seen it. Yeah. I think I sent it to Dom too. Think.
You know how cymatics, right? Frequencies, if you put it in water, right?
Yeah.
It creates a ripple effect, right?
Right.
Well, I think at the North Pole has a vortex with the water, like a drain.
Sure.
Or whatever is there at the center creating the frequency is how waves are created through frequency, the manipulation of the water. And I think also frequencies that pull and push are creating tides.
Oh, check this out real quick, man. So I sent you a video. It's a short, and it was about these mammoth trees where, you know, they were cut down. And dude was saying that, you know, all of them were cut down, and when they were cut down, they were spewing out water like a waterfall, man. You know what I mean? And it could have possibly flooded the earth or the realm. That's what he said. The realm.
I believe it.
Yeah, check the video out. You'll see.
Man, you should see, man. You should see how many videos talk about parasites and demon possession. I was the first one to bring that up. And I think all these channels piggybacked off of what I said, which is fine. I want people, but give me some fucking credit. Because nobody was talking about that shit. I thought of it one day. I didn't read no book. I was just daydreaming one day thinking, and I said, motherfucker. I thought about it, and I said, well, let me look up demon possession and parasitic, because I was thinking of parasites and how they latch onto your spine or they latch into your brain. And I said, man, that's really possessing you. A parasite's possessing you, and it sends signals so it can get what it wants to eat to feed. That's wild, bro. Yeah, look it up.
Yeah, I was listening to you guys yesterday when McCoy was on. I was busy, man, but I was listening to you guys. I wanted to jump up, but couldn't.
Yeah. McCoy, man.
He's a good dude, man. He's all about his kids, man.
This is what I want to do. I used to play the violin. I used to have a bow. This cat got a metal plate and a bow.
Metal plate?
The Chaldean. Yeah, right here.
Wow.
It's called the Chaldean method. Or the no, not Chaldean. It's Ernest F.F. Chladni. I don't know how to say that. Chladni, who is a German physicist and musician, was working on speed and sound around 1780s. He discovered a technique to display modes of vibration and created the Chladni figure. I don't know. Used a violin bow to vibrate rigid surfaces covered with sand. Every time you ran the violin along the edge, patterns emerge on the surface. This study creates the basis of cymatic research.
Oh, wow. So there's the grandfather of semantics.
Maybe.
What I got from that.
I think the ancestors are all this stuff that they done. They did these Germans. I don't believe most of them didn't create.
Right, nothing new.
I think
under
they
the sun.
reverse engineered or learned from it.
Or they could have got
But
it download.
if you think about it, look at the Germans. They had so much technology that the world had to team up to kill my ancestors. Yeah, my family came here in 1890, but I had a lot of ancestors left behind. And I want to find them. I know there's Wazas in Germany because I looked it up. And on Facebook too, I found a bunch of Wazas in Germany. And they didn't speak English. Everything was in German. I wanted to send them a message and be like, "Hey, Wazuskis." But they'd be like, a lot of people don't like. You know how I learned this? When I was a child, there were people coming here from like Poland and Germany, and the Polish people are very fucking racist. The ones from Poland, they don't like German people. I told the kids' mothers of this guy. I told him he was a blonde-haired, blue-eyed Polak, and his mother asked me, "Are you Polish?" I said, "Yeah, a little bit, but I'm German." She didn't like me from that point on. They're very racist people. Not all of them. Some of them. Yeah, Polish people from Poland, like some of them don't like black people. They're very racist with that shit. I didn't like that. That's why I wouldn't hang out with my own so-called people. 'Cause most of them were fucking racist, man. And that's just not me. And when I was talking about Schindler had pictures with people in Africa and stuff, I forgot who confirmed that. I try to tell people Schindler wasn't racist. There were lands in Africa. I'm gonna pull the map up. Damn, who back?
Yeah.
Oh, that was when I was on I was on a Truth Zone, and Red Squid was on there.
Yeah. Well, shit. I hope this works. Let me see if this headphone's gonna work for me.
Look at this guy's last name. He's got Waz in it, but Alexander Lauderwasser. Alexander Lauderwasser. What the fuck, you fucking...
Alright. Looks like it's working, but that sucks. Mic check.
You're good.
Damn. Nah, I can't hear in the earphone though. That's all right. Oh well. I'm gonna have to get off here shortly anyway. My brother be coming in, and you can't even though you're still working, you can't be working if you're talking. I'm like, dude, who the fuck can't work and talk at the same time? That's just you, dude. Because if you try to talk to him while working, he can't answer you. I'm like, what the hell, man? This way, you can't look at this to answer my question. I can't, dude.
Electric generator, August 19th, 1893.
Oh, yeah? I'm gonna go home here shortly. It's up there.
Chewing pumpkin seeds paralyze parasites. What's with the parasite? A parasite, right? Your parasites are filled with parasites, and
Yeah.
they make you paralyzed. What's up, Dom?
What's up, Don? What about pumpkin seeds?
Dean said chewing pumpkin seeds paralyze parasites.
I love baked pumpkin seeds, man. Salted. Yeah, you ever have that?
What the hell is that noise, man?
That's very low.
That's you? That's you, Lonnie?
Stay up ahead. Spray on. Here, I'm muted real quick.
It sounds like you're rubbing wings and shit, like a fucking. I know you're sanding, but it sounds like you're a bug in the bushes rubbing your wings.
No, I'm spraying down a wall with a spray bottle. Because I gotta wash these walls because they're getting ready to be painted.
Man, I want to find out.
We do
I
shit
want to
right.
find out what that 13-year-old boy invented. See, someone made a good point. If you're gonna invent something, right, that creates energy and stuff, don't patent it. Keep your mouth shut and keep it to yourself, because as soon as you patent it, these motherfuckers know and they're coming for you. If you fuck with their money, they're coming for you. These greedy bastards. Killed a 13-year-old boy. What pieces of shit, man? Huh? I don't know. He died. They said he allegedly died in a car accident with his mother. Now, there's a guy who just turned plastic into usable. He found a way to take plastics. I forgot how he does it, the process, but he turns it into usable fuel, and he said he went to take his car and all his lug nuts were loose but one. He was like seconds from his wheel coming off and killing him. So yeah, he was on the news. He's going viral on YouTube. Everyone in the chat kept saying, people were leaving fucked up comments. They were like, "See you later, sayonara."
Right, so they already knew.
Yeah.
What was that?
But this is how dumb we are as people. If we were smart, people would do anything in their power to protect that young man. But instead, people laugh and be like, "Sorry, you know, I say stupid shit, man." This is how fucked up we are as a society.
Hey, guys. So how can we prove that story is true?
Oh, because he has about the car and the lug nuts, I don't know. I'm just taking his word for it, and I'm not saying it's 100% true, but as far as he already has a car that runs on the stuff that he created. He has the machines he put together. This guy, young black man, is very intelligent. Or shall I say young man? Screw the colors.
So
the young man's intelligent.
So anybody that's online that we know, that we think is trustworthy, can confirm that? Or is that just another story that somebody could just create and just put the age 13-year-old boy created some free energy? How can we prove that?
I was just thinking that after I said it, my mind was like, can we prove this? Right? Because I knew you were going to say that, Dom. and I swear, right after I said it, in my mind, I was like, can we prove it? Because I want to prove it. I'm interested. Let me
Let me find his name. Even though we have his name, though, that don't mean the information we find is true.
That's
I
right.
get it. I always think that when I'm looking stuff up. I always be like, who put this here and what's the purpose? Because nowadays it seems everyone has a purpose or an agenda behind something.
That's what the written work does. So let's say somebody says to Dom, Charles, or Lonnie, I've experienced it. Then the next question for the person that's hearing it, how does it serve me? I get it. People have their own way of living and all that, but how does it serve me? If a person is truly going to be self-absorbed, they should at least understand how to work with it. So anything that you get online, whether spoken, what we're doing right now, or written, or in color pictures, you got to take it with a grain of salt, because anything can be made up unless you actually met that person. And then you would say, okay, now I know, I can't believe anymore, I know. Then you say, okay, how do I apply discernment? How does it serve for me to know this information, that this electricity or this wireless device or this free energy exists? Because if not, what most people are doing is they're already coming in with their own agenda. I hate things, I like things, I'm naive about things. That's the whole concept of racism. Most people already come in with an ignorant state. They've never lived through another human being's senses. So therefore, the only thing you could ever do is ask another person, and then you would have to trust them. This is why in the old days, people would say, okay, are the wise people we know? Yeah, they're trustworthy. So whatever they say, because they've either lived it or they've heard it from somebody else. But online, we don't know each other. So nobody's really trustworthy. It's a story. And once you realize it's a story, then you can understand. Let's say, even if they did have wireless devices, knowing that human behavior, certain people have to make it coin operated, because the rest of us, we're not going to actually create it, let alone dispose of it. So we just want plug and play then. We want to go to their grocery stores. We want to go to their technology, as we're using somebody else's technology right now. That actually could be what's wireless technology. And it's not really free because it's plug and play. So they've understood how to, whoever they may be, how to plug into the energy realm that we're always in. Anyway, sorry, Charles. I don't want to be the dampener there, but that's my process on things. I'm always taking everything. And when somebody says it's the truth, my spidey senses come out and I'm thinking, this ought to be fun. Carry on.
Welcome, Don. Good to see you.
Hey, Lonnie.
I'm laughing. I was just muted up, making a little bit of noise.
Like, I get it. People want to hope things are what they are, or hope that I got you and all that. But if people really start trying to think about how this technology comes to be, they must lean towards faith. I don't know the unknown. I don't know who gave us all this technology. I just know how to use it.
Right.
Because I think it's a distraction, Charles and Lonnie, when I hear people talking about whoever they are. It's a distraction, because they might even turn around and say, well, there's something above us. I don't even know what it is. You're just talking to middle management at that point. But again, people don't want that. They already have an agenda. They're either angry, hateful, they want their likes or dislikes, their rights and wrongs. So they already have an agenda. They've already casted a vote. So at that point, they're just looking for somebody to cult up with. Think about the flat earth. Sorry, go ahead, Charles. Sorry, Charles.
No, I was just saying cult up.
Yeah.
A lot of things are cults nowadays.
Mm-hmm. Think about people that culted up with the Mandela effect, culted up with flat earthers, or the globalists, or whoever's skin matters. That's all cult behavior. That's already been programmed. And if you're not sure, think about the language you're speaking. Keep distracting us with flesh and blood stuff. Or let's be concerned about what we consume opposed to what comes out of our mouth. Because last time I remember, it doesn't matter, everybody at the cemetery, or whether you actually burn them up or they get thrown into the woods and some other animal or insect eats it all up. Does it really matter? Are we going to actually regurgitate everybody's diet? Are we going to start asking wise people, wise Monday, Luna D, Marta D, Mark D, all these Latin words, and then there's colors associated, which is great. I think it's beautiful to steward one's vessel. But that's such a small part. That's why most people are stuck in the evil world. Let me change the word. They're stuck in the material world. But anyway, parasites, I heard you talk earlier. There is things called parasite cleanse, whether it's the new moon and full moon. And back in the days, they never called them parasites. They just called them demons.
Oh, didn't know.
Right. Yep.
Nice.
Yeah, because when I looked at old pictures of like Jesus or these so-called deities in these pictures, they're always casting demons out of the fucking mouth or the eyes, which is odd. Or more of the mouth than the eyes. But in the old pictures I look at, I did a little video live stream on that before, but yeah, I think you were here, Dom, a long time ago.
Yeah, certain types of diets, physically anyway, most people will be concentrating more on the physical diet opposed to the emotional and mental. You can do certain types of diets, whether it's with seeds, fruits, liquids of other kinds, and that will probably keep the parasites to a certain, they're not going to overrun the kingdom. But then again, what is the parasites trying to rule? Are they trying to rule the conscious mind or the subconscious? Subconscious is there to serve. The conscious mind is when people start talking about judgment, right and wrong. That's the conscious mind. And once people understand the conscious, go ahead. Sorry, Charles, go ahead.
I said, which one are they trying to rule? I said, maybe both when they latch onto the spine.
Yes,
I mean,
because
they send a message to your brain and say, I want that sugar, I want that sugar. And you'd be like, damn, I'm craving sugar. That blows my mind when I think about that. Little fucking parasite, you can't even see with your eye, can latch onto your spine and send messages and be like, I'm hungry. That's amazing.
Again, the subconscious mind is there to serve. It doesn't judge. If you want to eat crap, it'll serve. So it's the conscious mind that actually judges. But forget, subconscious is not actually functioning the body. That's the subconscious role. So now that's where people, when they wake up with their senses, the limited senses that most people talk about, that's when it does judgments. I like my food. I enjoy my food. Yeah, but is it healthy for you? The only way you're going to know is if you start going inwards and talking with the subconscious. And then you get feedback. That's that internal voice that people always talk about. But unfortunately, the conscious mind doesn't know how to get into a state of peace. Silence, basically. Hence, peace be upon you. Silence be upon you, so you can go into a state of meditation and listen inwards. But then you also have to do a concept called prayer, which is, for me anyways, called inquiry. I'm going to ask some questions before I go into that state of sleep, silence. Usually it's better to do it at nighttime because you're also in a state of stillness. Because the conscious mind always feels as though it needs to do something. I got to do something with my fingers. I got to do something with my mouth. I got to keep myself occupied. And then we put all these other different stories around it. I got to go out and earn money. Some people say the word make money. I think that's humorous. But I got to go out and earn money. I got to make sure I have enough food in my vessel and all that. But never once questioning, what am I really doing then? I'm feeding the vessel. I'm sheltering the vessel. But am I the vessel? This is where when people talk about what's the ego is just the vessel. The self is what some people would call the ongoing program. That's the conscious state. Again, it's a quick one when a person says, when you get into that state from stillness and sleep, and then all of a sudden you wake up, now you're in the conscious state. Then where was the conscious state before? Or is it like the Apple computer, you put it into sleep mode, and then it just sits there and then someone can communicate. That's why a lot of information is better to be taken in the subconscious opposed to the conscious mind. Well, anyway, carry on, guys.
Yeah, real quick. I was gonna not included, but I'm gonna go ahead and get off here and listen because my brother will be rolling in anytime, man, and I want to get the hell out of here. So, but if you're still alive, man, I'll see you in there. But get with me, man, if you take a video out today or something. If you got time. All right, hey, much love, Dom, everybody in the chat. Good to see you guys.
Later on.
And I'll collaborate with you guys later.
All right, Lonnie.
All right, man. Much love.
I'm going to put this link in here for you, Dom. Since you always give me links, I watch most of your links.
I try to at least to not be rude. And a lot of the videos you send me, I enjoy them. So,
well, I appreciate the people that actually create them, or at least make them. I'm just passing them on.
let's see.
It's like the frequencies that you're talking about. What is it really affecting, the conscious mind or the subconscious? And if the subconscious is the one that's controlling the liquids, then that's the thing you have to inquire with. But unfortunately, most people. Go ahead.
No. Sorry.
No.
Okay. Oh, there we go. You ever watch Jay Dreamers?
I think so. Yeah.
He has this video about the umbrella and the Akkad, the Masonic umbrella and stuff. Man, it's how the umbrella mimics the realm with the firmament, and the umbrella handles the North Pole. And just a lot of. He also, remember I brought up the how Christopher Columbus got his hand spread like a W, or the double U, or the triple V. If you use, if you take your fingers, you're counting your thumb, the third and fourth finger, right? And you put them together and you form a W, but you don't tuck your thumb like Ice Cube does. With the W, you leave it out, and it creates the three V's. Like all this symbology. It was pretty interesting because I started to realize these pictures, and like Columbus and Hitler, who else? There's a bunch of people. I started to realize they're throwing that W out, and Mother Mary. And he was explaining, I don't know if it's true, but he was explaining a lot of it. I mean, this guy does tons of research. But I'm starting to realize just because you do research doesn't mean the information's factual. Like, I always think, where's all this information coming from? And why is it here? And what's the purpose of it? Because I think a lot of information they pump out is either, to confuse us, or it buys them time too.
It is the age of information, so there are no things. But then my question would be, regardless of who it is, how does that serve you to know that information? Question would be, regardless of who it is. I get the hand gestures and making it into a form of a W. If people understand mantras and all that, how you actually do certain symbols with your hands, and it'll activate certain things. Think about
me. That's what you were asking.
What's that? Yeah, what's a word? It doesn't matter. I just put that out in general. Whether it serves a individual, serves others, how does this serve? Because either you're going to serve it or it's going to serve you, vice versa. So to know whether or not we did or didn't go to the moon, how did it serve? I put both caveats in it because people only want to take a side. Regardless if we did or didn't go to the moon, how does this serve you to know that information? And that's the person that has to go in reality.
It would serve me because I know they're full of shit. But in all reality, besides that, it really doesn't serve me because I don't care if they went to the moon or not.
Okay. But the people that are in it, if they're going to be aware of it, it's okay. Whether or not we did go to the moon, how does this serve me? Are we earning money? Yes. Well, then it serves. Am I trying to make a book out of it? Yeah, then it serves. Everybody has their justifications and reason. That's why the human race still have wars, because you can make any excuse to justify any behavior. So at this point, somebody else could turn around and say, okay, so you think we're full of shit, but we just made millions of dollars. And more times than not, most people are going to chase money before they're going to chase with something that, oh, I got you moment. Most people don't care about that shit. They really don't. Because if it starts getting in too deep, most people say that's just too much information. So at that point, then why are you here? Why does a person go into a certain section of the library or go to certain things on YouTube to find out certain information? Is it just for entertainment purposes? Which is fine. There's nothing wrong with entertainment. So for a lot of people, doing the Mandela thing, it ends up being entertainment for them. Yes, there's industry do change words. Yes, they can change whatever they want. They can change. One time the sun was never called the sun. One time the moon was never called the moon. You can call the moon many different words with many different languages. So that's not a surprise when people talk about the Mandela. People really want to understand the Mandela effect, find out the way they depictuate it. You just have to go and find out, is there some sort of death certificate? Well, most people aren't going to put that effort. So most people just want to play with their imagination, which is fine. But they're not genuinely sincere about their pursuit. So they're not seeking, they're curious, which is fine. Again, I say that it's fine because it's always a fine line. So at that point, whether or not people say, listen, you figured out what the inner circle is of a club. Okay, then what's that person going to do? Cult up with a whole bunch of other people, dare not pay them a couple extra zeros on top of what they're already making. You'll see how quickly they'll say, listen, I really serve money before I serve information, let alone what people call the truth. Again, I'm just putting that out there, Charles, because, you know, people are going to entertain things. You got to play with many sides and not this duality side. You know, I get it. People have to play with negative and positive.
That's one thing I've learned. That's one thing I've learned in life is I know how it is to pick a side, but I've learned to just not pick a side and look at it from all angles. Hold on.
Mm-hmm. Well, let's say, Charles,
yeah.
Let's say you have an axe to grind with the government. You've already picked a side. The only thing you have to remember, the side's not clear cut one or the other. There could be many sides to it. It's like a circle. You have many degrees to it. So what side are you going to pick? Because then you're going to look for the opposite of it. But meanwhile, what about all the other sides?
Well, that's one thing I can't let go.
No, I get it.
That's one thing in life. I have my inner war.
Mm-hmm.
It's hard. I'm trying to let go.
Well, if you can
my ego.
If you can well, it is your ego, but if you can liquefy it and realize what's actually behind government, humans, and what's humans usually notarized for, their behavior and personalities. So once you realize, put aside whether or not there's entities behind them. That's just too big of a leap for most people to even grasp. They can talk about it and usually done in vain. But once you realize behind governments, religion, whatever, it's humans. And knowing human behavior, if you've studied your own human behavior, you can see that in others. And realize, oh, if I was conditioned to be a government official and they're going to give me an amazing pension, would I be into it? Sure, they would. The ones that didn't or wouldn't do it, I said, you're just a unicorn. Good luck mingling with the rest of us. And it's always fun when somebody says that they're being honest. I'm like, yeah, this ought to be fun. Add enough zeros, Charles, you'll see exactly what part of their soul they're going to sell. A quarter, an eighth of it. Oh, wait a second, I can't sell it anymore. Why? I've already bought into the system. That's why when a self-absorbed person gets cornered, then they make it about somebody else. I said, no, it's all about you. Stay in your lane. I'm just talking out loud. You know, I already know I'm that piece of shit. I'm okay with it. Where other people, they're not okay with it. I said, so are you looking for a savior? Who's going to save you? And what form? Are we talking about the human form? That's already been stamped. I don't give a shit what that person does with that form. That's already been stamped. And if you value the concept that, well, you know something, I think this is a terrible realm, then why would you have fucking offsprings? And then you'll see a person just go with the diarrhea of the mouth trying to justify their behavior, which is fine. So at that point, who's at fault here? All of us? None of us? Should we start making names? We'll call them demons, angels. We'll say the gods are the ones that did all of
At
this.
first, like I always say, who's at fault is self always first. It's self.
Well,
you got to start with yourself always.
But then a person asks the question, what is the self?
You know what I mean? Well, it starts with you first.
Mm-hmm.
Like,
no, I'm putting it out there, Charles. What is the self? Know thyself. What is the self? You know, I know for me what it is. It's not who I am, but I get to play with it. No different than the ego. They're not my friend nor my enemy. They just are.
well, we're more than this bag of flesh. You know, it's just a vehicle or a car to have an experience in this realm. But
other than that, you know, I had a conversation with my friend, and he's religious, and I told him, because he was trying to tell me I'm going to burn in hell, and I said, bro, there is no hell. You create your own hell in the physical right now. Maybe you carry it over. That's why it's dangerous to upload certain stuff. And you could create your own hell within your mind. Like if you make mistakes and it eats you up, you're going to constantly have regrets and be depressed because you're going to play it over and over in your mind. And you're creating your own hell right then and there. But burning in the hell, I just don't buy none of that religious shit, man. That you're going to die and be in this fiery pit with all the demons. And nah, you're trying to scare people in the fucking... But creating your own hell, you can also create your own heaven.
Well, that's big, Charles. I don't think it's really concerned about catching each individual person. It's the bigger mass. So at that point, if a person already has a direction, think they value the concept of hell, they've already made a choice. You know, so if you just observe it, take it for what it is, and realize, oh, okay, I can say it's hell, I can say it's heaven, whatever. But then if I'm actually going to start going with the details, how would I actually quantify what is hell, opposed to whether it's religious people, state people? You could say the same thing about rap. You know, like, what is it? For most people, it's something that they enjoy, which is fine again. So at that point, you just have to ask yourself, ask the self, that's the artificial intelligence program running, and it will tell you, okay, do you really want to understand this, or you just want to fondle with it for a bit? You know, like you already have an axe to grind with the government. So already there's your kryptonite. It's when you start not getting caught up in the outcome and say, I really don't care what the government does or doesn't do. Now I can play. It's usually when a person picks a side. Well, now you've actually limited your choices. This is the concept of, you see the glass half full, half empty. You pick any of those two choices that they give to you, they've already got you. Opposed to, can I talk about everything else? Can I talk about the table? Sure, you can. Can I talk about what's in the water? Sure, you can. Can I talk about that? I don't even see the words I'm playing. Sure, you can. So now you're looking at many views. Yes, I am. I'm just not going to be clever and deceive either or. Zeros and ones, black and white, right and wrong. That's for limited folks. Now, they don't know they're asleep, but once they realize, oh, fuck, I've been asleep the whole time, there you go. You figured it out. Making it about me, I usually find that humorous. I say, stay in your fucking lane. Why? Because it won't serve you to make it about me. But that's what people do. Let's make it about somebody external. Let's blame the government. Let's blame religion. Let's blame what state, which is the government again. Which one are we going to blame? Liberalism? Communism? Capitalism? What religion are we going to blame? Christians? Mormons? Again, there's all human behaviors behind all of that. And that's where the mortal part of us, we play with what's called morals. Is it right or wrong? Based on what? You threaten a person, they might have to defend themselves. They might even flee if they understand karma. But hey, no, I'd rather sit there and defend myself. Okay, what are you defending at that point? Your meat suit, or are you defending your emotions or your mental state? They're not, people start inquiring about that kind of stuff. They'll say, fuck, I've been shortchanging myself. Sure, you have. But meanwhile, more people are concerned about different types of energy. In this case, Charles, I'm with you. Let's talk about wireless energy. Forget about free energy. Anytime anybody says the word free in front of anything, fucking run as fast as you can away from it. Freedom of speech is full of shit. Free will, full of shit. Free energy, full of shit. It's the energy that you're concerned about. And how does that work? How does air work? How does thoughts work? And I'm not talking to the masses here. I'm talking to the few.
I have a theory on how air works.
Please.
Through frequency is what creates the wind, I think. Just like frequency over the ocean water creates the waves. Well, salt's a conductor. And that's something I would like to prove for myself, because I'm very interested in how all this works. You know, I would love to know who we are, or who I am, where I am, and why I'm here. I always ask myself why I'm here. What's the fucking purpose?
Why is a philosophy
question? All a coincidence? I doubt it.
But to put a graph on it, why is a philosophy question? So at that point, you'd have to be in your feminine energy. That's the teachable energy, not the masculine energy. The house is more, yeah.
I just want to say to Tammy Lynn and Son of Yahweh. Go ahead, Dom. Sorry.
I was going to say the masculine is more about the action energy, which is fine. But you need both of those energies to coexist in the spiritual material realm.
Say that again. What was that? The two what energies? I didn't hear that.
The masculine energy is more the action energy. Okay, so that's more for the the doing part. But you have to, for people to actually join those energies together, spiritual material, you have to be in your feminine energy. And this is not about males and females. That's just indoctrination on the meat suit. But you still do need those things. And then most people can reproduce another child. You didn't create a child. You reproduce it. So a lot of that's already pre-planned out of there. So at this point, maybe we can understand a little bit what a sperm and an egg is, but we didn't create the sperm and the egg. The body can reproduce it.
I think that's how people, you know how they say, like, my theory is, when they say I could live forever, well, you can. If you keep duplicating your DNA with the female, you'll keep like, I don't want to say copying yourself, but sort of like that. You'll keep, I don't know what word to use, but people get it. You keep, I'll say copying for the most part. You'll keep reproducing yourself over and over. As many children your woman pumps out, that's the meaning. That's the saying, I live through my children. Well, that's what they mean.
Well, at that point, you would have to understand blood and the memory from blood. Because the form, no matter what, it's aging from the get-go. So, I get the immortality part opposed to the mortal part. The meat suit is the mortal part. The immortality part is something totally different. So for people that want to live forever, they would have to understand the death process, not the dying process, the death process. Death just means transformation. So when somebody says, I had a near-death experience, you had a near transformation, did you? No problem. But the dying process, you're already in it. It's called the meat suit. There's nothing bad about it, let alone nothing good about it.
When I died, it was the most good experience. Not only did it change me as a person to appreciate life, but it also made me realize who I am somewhat. That was the beginning of me realizing we're not just a bag of a suit of flesh or a vehicle of flesh. Because when I died, I was well aware of everything, but I wasn't walking around in the flesh. It's hard to explain. Like I can't even explain the experience I had because most people just won't get it because they haven't died to experience it.
Well, we do it on a regular basis. Not everybody needs to put their hands on the stove to understand the wisdom from observing somebody else. But again, at that point, unless you're opening up all your chakras, and even that, people don't have to actually do that. Some people just have a rude awakening, and then they say, but I don't know how to explain it. Well, how are you going to explain it in a dumbed-down language? Both spoken and written is dumbed down. I get we want to talk telepathic, but the language part that we speak, and once you start speaking, now you have to play with sounds and frequencies, and that affects the liquids in our body. So as you were talking earlier about air, most people see what's called the effect and side effect. They'll say the word cause and effect, but you don't actually see air. You'll see its effects. You'll see a leaf moving in what you call the wind, but you're seeing its effects and side effects. The cause would mean that you can actually literally see air. Maybe some people have that ability, but for the majority of us, no. We're just going to use a word to describe things. I'm going to describe a thought, but what is the thought? And then what we do is we speak afterthoughts. I use a word now to describe a thought. What is it? And then, of course, somebody said, but I wrote it down. I said, okay, but you're talking about the conditioning language that you have. You've already been conditioned to write and read stuff and associate the things. So we're no different than any other species that are here. We might have a little bit of more of a consciousness, but then again, when we look at certain technology that have been given to us, it's kind of like, yeah, it's different than nature. And then when you look at the rest of the animal kingdom and plant kingdom, they don't build bridges. But even what we supposedly make, because I don't think we create it, you gotta ask yourself, is it in chi? Is it harmony? A car just sits there. I get it. We move it. So then everything's in movement. So the vessel moves, but it doesn't mean it's alive. Because then once a person says, okay, but what happened when that essence no longer in it? That suit's still there. You could kick it around if you want. I wouldn't advise it, but you kick it around. It's still moving, but it doesn't mean it's alive. So then what is that essence to us? That's a question. Not to say we're going to really grasp it. Maybe that's part of the game where we like to play with all this philosophy, but we will never know what it is. So then we settle for all the meat suit stuff. Let me go earn some money. Let me have a certain type of diet. Make sure I raise kids. Make sure I have a career, which are all fine and dandy and all that. But many beings have had that before. Again, Charles, we're in the age of information, not in the age of maybe let's say wisdom or the golden age, whatever we call it.
What's up, Charles, man? Mic check. Can you hear me, bro? Okay, I'm good. What's up with you, man? I tried to make the panel yesterday, bro.
I'm good. How are you doing?
I'm doing good. I just finished up for the day. I just got to the crib, man.
Damn, I was muted and I fucking answered dumb and I forgot what I was saying, man. It'll come back to me. I got sidetracked.
Yeah, that tends to happen to me a lot, bro.
It was something that I'm gonna show what I meant. I found the pictures about Columbus, which I think never existed. But anyway, that's beside the point.
Now all them shits are stories, bro. The whole Columbus story, the whole Jesus of Nazareth story. It's no different than a fucking Dr. Seuss book, a Dr. Seuss story, bro. It's all the same, bro. Who's the authors, man?
Dr. Seuss.
These are all stories, bro. So that's why I be trying to tell them Aboriginals and Pan Africans and everybody else. They talking about 1600s and 1500s and 1800s. Like, bro, how do you know what happened back then? You don't even remember what happened 8 years ago, let alone 800 years ago. That's impossible. And then look who's giving you the information. Because what's a dude just mentioned we're in the age of information, but I say all the time, a lot of this shit is pseudo information. Look who's giving you the information. Even with the spiritual shit, even with the religio, all this information, and look who's giving it to you. All these YouTube videos. Who you think think's information it is?
Right.
Think about it, bro. Think about it. Like when I first went on my spiritual journey, bro, and I started fasting. And we all know fasting is not a detriment. Fasting is beneficial, for your well-being and for your physical and mental well-being, right? Think about all the other spiritual stuff, like cosmetology, theology, Egyptology. All that shit is their information, bro. It's not ours. Like even with these YouTube videos we be sharing with each other, I'm like, man, who information is this? It's theirs, bro. It's their shit. I look at all that shit as pseudo, bro. All pseudo, man. All garbage. Yeah, we in bro. I'm gonna say one last thing, bro. But like what dude just said, we in the age of information. No, we in the age of misinformation, of trash, man. It's hard to find the truth, so-called truth in these times, bro. Think about. Like I said, man. I tell people all the time, man. Think about where information is coming from. You gotta think about it. Somebody will get on YouTube.
Oh yeah.
Look up a spiritual video. Whose material is it? It's theirs. Why would they take? Oh, all right, man.
We're in the age of Aquarius too. That's the information age. Now, you're right. There's probably a lot of false information out there.
Right, bro. That's what I'm saying. It's the, like you said, the age of Aquarius, the aquatic age, you know, the water age, the age of information. That's what I'm saying. Think about who's in control of the information, though. Who's been in control of this amalgamation of information over the past, you know, eons. Like what he just said, they. I don't know who they is either. I'm saying, think about. I call it the upper echelon, the status quo. They control the information, so they control what information is disseminated on these social platforms that we receive and that we share amongst one another, right? Because we don't write books, we don't disseminate the information, we don't bring others' information to fruition. We just share it amongst one another, right?
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. That's how I look at things, bro. You know, but ain't nothing wrong with just use. I feel like common sense, you know, rational thinking and just pure logic supersedes any information, you know, that's disseminated or passed out, you know, by the people that control, you know, the civilization, control this modern civilization, the technology, all this shit, you know. My bad, but go ahead, man. I just want to say that.
No, you're good. Hold on, let me see. Is this Mother Mary? Mother Scary? Hi.
Think about it, bro. If me and you control the civilization, we had 1 million people, theoretically or hypothetically, in this world that me and you have control of, right? We give these millions of people the information. We give them food, clothing, shelter. We're in control of everything. We give them the history books. We give them Bibles, and all those Bibles and history books. All the information is complete fallacies. All redundant. All fallacies. All just pure malarkey. We just giving them. We just been ciphering out bullshit. So these millions of people. You see what I'm saying? These millions of people thinking that shit that they getting is actual information. Is some shit that's gonna help them along the way. Not unknowingly that me and you in control of everything. We controlling all them. See what I'm trying to say, bro?
Yeah. They've taught us how to regurgitate. Like, people go to college or even in regular school, and we graduate by learning to memorize and regurgitate the information given to us, and people think they're thinking for themselves, but they're not. It's the illusion of choice.
Mm-hmm. Yep, the illusion of thinking that you accomplish something, you know, via, you know, college literature, you know, and a curriculum. Because I was on another panel, bro, and a female had mentioned, I got a college degree. You can't call me stupid. I'm thinking to myself, that does not personify intelligence or enlightenment. It just means that you can regurgitate what somebody else told you, man. It doesn't necessarily mean anything. It's just a plaque you can put on your wall and say, hey, look at me. I finished the indoctrination. You know, they put this cube on my fucking head. You know, something your mom can say she's proud of you about. It really don't mean anything.
Right. It just means you're a good regurgitator.
A good slave to you, a good regurgitator, a good slave, bro. Shit, like what Dog was just saying. I feel like we all slaves in this motherfucker, bro. I feel like I'm a slave to money and material things sometimes, bro. Everybody's a slave to something, bro.
Me too. Man. We all have habits. I'm trying to eat better. I'm not trying, I'm doing it. But
that's what's up, bro.
I always say that I'm trying. Even if I'm doing it, I had to stop saying that. I'm trying.
Right.
I'm doing it.
Man, I tried to come up yesterday, bro, and catch Realist McCoy. I said, oh, Realist McCoy up there, let me get up there. But I was too late, bro.
Alright, I'm about to pull these pictures up.
I heard you. Now, that's what I was going to talk to you about. I heard you mention yesterday that I was like chiming in and out while I was working, and you had mentioned that Trump is the best president we've had. I said, damn, God damn. I said, he must have put a check in Charles's back pocket. He told him, I said, no, I'm playing with you, bro. I said, somebody must have cut Chuck a check, man. He was just talking about
Yeah. No, I said Trump is the best president since, you know, my time here, because I looked up the presidents. 81 was Reagan. Then it went Reagan, I think Clinton. No. Reagan, Bush Sr., then Clinton, then Bush Jr., then Obama,
right,
then Trump, then Biden, then Trump again. But Trump, you know, I got to admit, you know, he just bought an entire abandoned campus. It's $200 million worth of stuff. He bought it and gave it to the veterans. You know, Trump's like one of the only presidents I've seen have respect for the veterans. Other than that, they're used up and thrown away like a piece of toilet paper. And considering these warriors were lied to, manipulated, and fought, and at that, fought these politicians' war because they're too pussy to fight their own war.
Right.
I have to say it that way because they are cowards, even though it's all, you know, they mentally and physically abuse these soldiers to get them to do what they want them to do. It's all about they mentally beat them and physically. But and if it wasn't for Trump, you know, regardless, they can't take my freedom of speech unless they put a bullet in my head, or shall I just say my speech, right? I'm free to speak as I want. Maybe on their platforms they can censor me, but Trump signed that thing, and now YouTube doesn't have the same CEOs or anything. I don't think they got sued by a bunch of doctors because when the COVID-19 vaccines were, you know, doctors tried to speak out against that and put information out to tell people not to get them, they were being censored, so they got sued. But Trump signed a executive order so we can speak out against anything. But it's all part of their game, because when Trump's gone, who knows what can happen, you know? They play good guy, bad guy, man. It's just part of their tactics. Just because Trump did good thing, because even, you know, people are right. I always say negative stuff. So for once, you know, I gave Trump credit for the good stuff he's done. So, you know, but like I said, if he didn't sign that executive order, we wouldn't be able to speak out without getting stricken down or, but yeah.
Right. Yeah, I feel what you're saying, bro. My bad. I got kicked off, man. Everybody want to text me when I get on here, bro, about jobs and shit. I've been busy as shit, bro. Yeah. You said Trump, he signed those executive orders, you know, saying that I
don't mean I trust him. I still don't trust none of them.
No, I don't trust none of them. Fuck Trump. Fuck the government, bro. I'm on that Hurricane J, bro. I've never cared for bro. I don't like cops, bro. I don't like no type of government official, no cop. They public servants, bro. It's like it's like telling a nigga go get you a glass of water. Hey man, hey boy, come here and tie my shoe, man. You work for me. Come on. You a public servant. Ain't that what a servant is? If I was your servant right now, you could do what you want with me. Like, hey man, come over here and tie my shoe, man. Come over here, servant. Hey man, come over here and weed my yard for me, man. You know my grass is getting tall. You know you're a public servant, so you gotta come serve me. You're a servant. I don't give a fuck about no good. I don't care for none of them, bro. None of them. No pot. I've never voted before, bro. I mean, I've never felt the want or need to vote for anybody. Why? I always thought to myself, I'm like, man, why? I always question my parents, like, why are y'all voting? We living in poverty, man. God damn, we live in the worst part. We come from Dirt Road, Mississippi, poor as shit. Y'all was voting. Then we moved to Louisville, Kentucky. We lived in the ghetto for a short period of time. I thought to myself, damn, why are my parents voting for these creeps and we still poor? Like, what's in it for us? Like, damn, I need to be compensated. Give me like a $10,000 check. Then I might think about voting. You know what I'm saying, bro? Me and my dad still had those type of conversations. I'm like, man, Dad, why do you've been voting? See, I'm not gonna knock him. I said, but you've been voting for 30 plus years for Democrat. It's like, what has that done for you? I said, how's that? I said, Dad, honest opinion, how has that benefited you? He's like, oh, they changing things every year, every 4 years. You know, you got to vote, change things. I said, well, nothing's changed. You still got to go to work and pay bullshit bills. Motherfuckers are still poor. I'm talking about poor without the R.
Yeah. People don't want to hear the truth. Well, I don't want to say truth, but people don't want to hear a lot of things. You know, they just want to turn their cheek or put their head down or they put the blinders on. They just want to pay their bills, you know, and watch TV when they get out of work. That's it. They
Right,
don't,
right.
you
And,
know,
you know,
most don't
and teach
care
his
about
own.
nothing else.
Right, and to each his own, man. That's what I'm saying. I respect if people want. If that's how they want to live, that's cool. But I just my only contention with like people like that is not my father per se. 'Cause my dad's a good dude. He raised me, so my dad always did good by us. But I'm saying like I don't try to put that shit on me. It's like a Christian trying to tell me how good their God is. Nah, fuck that shit. He can be good. Talk like that to yourself. Don't come talking to me about that shit.
All right. You see, everyone see how Jesus, right? You see his hand gesture? He's throwing up the W or the triple V because he has his thumb out. That's the triple V. Now, what does it mean? That's what I'm in search for. I don't know. Now,
If you look, that comes from I forgot. I watched a documentary because Tupac throws up that
look,
same symbol. That's the West Side symbol.
Yup.
Yeah, I know what that is,
Tupac.
bro. Yeah. That's a part of not the Rosicrucians. It's like I forgot the name of it, bro. It's on the tip of my tongue. I watched a documentary and they pointed that out. Yeah, because if you look at Tupac, all of them do that same hand symbol, bro.
I know I had a Tupac picture, but I didn't add it.
Bro, they all that's that same symbol. And then somebody said the documentary that I watched. Yeah, this is synonymous. And they said the name of the group that all of them are a part of doing that hand symbol. I was like, man, goddamn. But I forgot the name of the group or the cult group or the secret group, whatever they want to call it.
This sucks. I gotta go back into the pictures now. It's supposed to do my pictures in order, but when I press the arrow, it doesn't, and it's pissing me off, man. It's garbage, this thing. It don't want to work in order. So I gotta do one picture at a time.
Man, bro, my daughter needs to stop leaving the goddamn door wide open. This flies all in this motherfucker, man. God.
Children. Alright. Come on, pictures. Load, you fuck. Oh my god, man. This thing takes forever.
Yeah, I hate streaming from my laptop, bro. I've been streaming from my phone a lot lately, bro. But I do the laptop when I want to pull up a source. I play music, but even then, that should be borging out, man.
Yeah. See, I thought it was me. Anything I do, if I touch the mouse, it'll borg me out.
Yeah, that shit's frustrating, bro. I used to stream from the laptop, bro. I wanted to throw the goddamn laptop. I used to get mad as shit. I'll be right back, bro. You gonna be up for a while?
Yeah.
I'm gonna clean my crib real quick. I'll be back, bro. Thanks for having me up, man. Peace.
Peace. Ooh, a nipple. West Side. Hey, man. That dude all the way to the right, that looks like the dude from the Jefferson Show. Ha! That's hilarious.
But this is the sign I was talking about, Dom. Columbus, Mother Mary, and some other Russian guy does it too. These guys, I don't know who these guys are. Damn, why is not this guy in here? I wonder what this is. Damn, I know I downloaded that Russian guy. He's not even in here.
Is not like kind of similar to different types of gangs when they do the eye gesture in for movies and so on. Different clubs probably have different kinds of gestures to probably notify to each other who's who.
%. I try to tell the youth, they'd be like, we created these gang signs. I'd be like, I tried to send them on the internet. I told them, go look up the Masonic hand gestures first. And then I tell some of the youth, I say, you know, the Crips and Bloods? And they'd be like, yeah. I say, well, look at the Democrat and Republican. Then go look at the Masonic hand gestures and tell me if these gangs made this stuff up or was it here before all that? Oh, who's this guy? Jacopo Carusi, a.k.a. Pantormo Tempura. He's down. Ooh. Jesus was down. Mother Mary, she got a nice boob. Look at God, Yahweh, he's got his hands up too.
Again, Charles, it's one of those things, whether it's drawings or hand gestures or eye gestures, how does it serve for the ongoing person that's looking at that? You know, I get it where people say, okay, that's a Rosicrucian sign, that might be a Mason sign, that might be a boys club, you know, or a girls club. They all have all their different signs and all that, but is that to join a group? You know, like religious people do that too. They do certain types of gestures. Things like swastika, whether people, okay, one person will say it's probably more Buddhism or Hinduism. Other people say the Nazis took it or whatever. There could be many ways how to use it. But again, when they have the design of it and it has like 4 kind of like arms to it, it's the directional of it. It's like when people understand how to play instruments like a singing bowl, for example. There's 2 different ways you can play. Well, there's many ways to play it, but there's 2 distinct ways of playing it. There's clockwise and counterclockwise, and it does different things with the energies. So if somebody's looking at a symbol or symbology, depends on what hemisphere you're going to lean to first. Are you going to see it with your right eye first or your left? Even though some people say, but I see it with both. I said, yeah, but which one do you lean more towards?
My third eye.
Could be. It could be the third eye. You know, again, we're using words to describe things. You know, it's like when people talk about chakras. They're just words at that point. But if it triggers somebody's...
They don't exist, though. People say, oh, chakras don't exist. It's bullshit. I say, really? Well, you obviously don't know the human body has energy points.
Well, it does have energy points, but again, it'll be no different. Say, okay, but where's air? There's a lot of things. It's just in the unknown. The senses are very limited. So I'm not saying that there is chakra.
Dom, what eye do you think would be better to look through? The 2 eyes that reflect light, or the third eye?
Yeah, I think they both serve a purpose. So whether you're using the two eyes, or as some people use the term like eye of the beholder or Plato's cave, once you're using that eye, hopefully you don't make them complete and distinct, like different. You try to harmonize them together. But for some people, they've used it so much one side, and now they have to use the other side. That'll be like trying to write with your left hand, and if you've been using your right hand most of your life, you almost have to not abandon the right hand, but you have to put a lot of more emphasis on the left hand, and hopefully it can catch up. And then you can harmonize it, and then you can see the outcome from what you write or what you read. It's kind of like when we read, even the concept of reading, whether you read it in the old days, like in a scroll form, or in a book form like today. A lot of times people read it from left to right. So when people flip a page, think about newspapers and all that kind of stuff, they put the advertising on the right side. Right side is usually your action side. So that's where advertisement is going to be.
Ooh.
Bible, same ideal. Bible's the same ideal, whether you read it from the left to right or right to left. So again, I'm just sharing this stuff out here. It's not like as though I know all the languages and what they can and cannot do, but that's why it's the age of information. And as Truth was saying, yes, it could also be very misinformation. All of it can be. The fact that I'm saying that the language is dumbed down, so you have to almost take it with a grain of salt and be very suspicious. What's my intention of taking this information? Regardless of the other person's intentions to deceive you or try to tell you something that's going to help you along the way. It's that inner voice that you have to listen to and then say, okay, I heard you, but I got to listen to something else. And it's like you were talking about like Donald Trump. In a different part of the world, in a different age, we would be talking about monarchies and saying, oh yeah, but we're not allowed to talk about it openly. What do you mean? Well, our own citizens or peasants would snitch on us.
Right.
You know, but again, I get it. If people are going to start talking about government, why not all of them? Let's talk about the chancellor. Let's talk about ones that are dictators. What about the ones that are prime minister? And again, most people that only talk about their own government, they're revealing to people that understand how this game somewhat works, they're nationalist. These other people are playing global, and most people are still playing nationalist. What do you think what they did in 2019 to 2021? That was a global agenda. They weren't concerned about America and Canada. That's just part of the game.
What? Oh, I forget you're in Canada, Dom. I'm gonna change the subject for 1 second. What do you think about this whole? I showed the video yesterday of Divergent brought up. Dean seems to think it's full of shit, but it's in the Australian website for law. In 2016, they passed a law where any police or medical person can tackle you to the ground if need be, rip your clothes off, and insert the vaccine. This is in the law of Australia. And Divergent brought up that Canada, Australia, I don't know if New Zealand, but are under European whatever law, I guess.
Under the Commonwealth.
So he was saying that you know, Canada should be the 51st state. What do you think about that? Would you think it's better if Canada stayed where they're at, or if they joined the Constitution, even though it's pretty much all the same? Well, it's not all the same, but the illusion of so-called freedom is.
So what are you asking me about the law, about somebody being able to tackle you down?
Well, he was making a point that if it's in Australia, because they're under the same rule as Canada, that he was saying something about the Canadians aren't free, and he was saying America is the only free country, blah, blah, blah. But he was basically saying that Canada also has all these FEMA camps that were put up, hundreds of them. And the guy, during the 2020 lockdown for the vaccination of COVID-19 crap, this guy was asking Canada, why do they have all these FEMA camps, and what are they for? And this was in Canada, and the guy was speaking in the parliament, I think they call him. And they, once he asked the question, they cut him off and wouldn't even answer the question.
Well, most countries are zones. It's the citizens that call them countries. So now, let's go back to what you're saying, Australia. Who's going to enforce? Because first of all, they're not laws; those are policies. If people understand what laws is, humans don't play with
Yeah, it
laws.
was an act.
So,
It was an
so
act.
now, who's
You're
going to
right.
enforce that? Yeah, who's going to enforce that policy? It'll probably be one of their own. It'll be a citizen. Okay.
The police
So,
too.
yeah. So they pass a policy, whoever they may be, lawyers or whatever, and then people are going to reinforce it. That's just how it works. So now, when they talk about the Commonwealth, at one time, Great Britain obtained 90% of the Earth's surface. They still own it, or in this case, they rule it. Now, people will say, yeah, but America's on its own. I said, no, it's still being ruled by the monarchy. The land is still ruled. Those wars were fought a long time ago. So then once people understand America, Canada, Australia, New Zealand, all these commonwealths are under one territory. Regardless of China and India, the monarchy said, okay, no problem. We'll put one of your own people to rule over your own people, but that land is still ruled by Britain. Same in Russia. Russia, that land was taken over from the Tsar's family. Now it's being ruled by, not owned, ruled by the Vatican. So once people understand that, they give the masses, in this case, the citizens, these little funny little, you crumple a little piece of paper and you throw it out to your cat and it plays with it. 51st, there you go. The 51st state will never happen because first and foremost, both America and Canada is being ruled by Britain. Now, in Canada, we have a standing military. It's called the British military. You just don't see them everywhere. Now, America, they have their...
They're just like in Europe, the military, pretty much the way they dress and stuff. Yeah, I've seen them.
Yeah, no different in America's military. They got bases throughout the world. So now, that could be the German regime that's ruling all of that. So at that point, people think for some reason America's free. America's not free. They got to still play. They got to play the same economic game as everybody else. The only difference is they're hedging things with the fiat currency. They removed the gold in the 30s. They basically did the oil in the 69 or whatever. Now they're going to go to a digital system. Now, when people talk about the Constitution, most of the Constitution people just don't get it. It was set up for the nobles that were coming from rich families of England. That had nothing to do with the citizens of it. And even that, they removed that in the late 1800s. They put that under corporations. So the Constitution now is for corporations. So they're not even accountable now, these generational wealth family. They can take money out of that corporation. But unfortunately, the citizens will just keep on blabbing, and this is how religion works in state. They never question themselves what they're hearing. But what they'll do is they're going to cult up. This is what our country is, democracy. No, America's not about democracy. It's about capitalism. And it works quite well when you have a communist country. Why? Because that's free labor or cheaper labor at that point. Now, once a person understands that, then they realize, holy fuck, I've been playing a game with myself. There you go. You figured it out. Now go deeper into that, because this other stuff, here, Charles, let's get another piece of paper. Maybe we'll even get a laser printer and we'll get the cat to chase the wall. That's what humans are doing, chasing the wall. But I understand. I said, no, you don't. You don't got a fucking clue how fiat currency works. That's why when I tell people the American currency crashed in 2005 when it was deemed at 9 cents to the dollar. If you understand that, then you understand the bailout. And then you understand how the ruble and the yen has been financing that empire for the last 20 years.
It's all a money grab.
Well, it has to be, Charles. You spend an enormous amount of energy to condition people to chase fiat currency in exchange for our energy. How do you think that works?
Paper. All the currencies are dead. That's why it's called crypto and dead presidents on the money and all this stuff. Yeah. Most people don't even know this.
That's right. And that's why my issue has always been the masses, not the few that are trying to educate or the few that are trying to deceive people. It's the masses. Most people choose to be asleep. They're not even aware of what they're chasing. Right. It'd be different if somebody said, well, I'm just chasing to have a mortgage. Okay. I'm going to work for fiat currency. Okay, but do you understand how fiat currency works? Well, no. I said, so you're going to ignorantly chase it over and over again. So my question now is, why the fuck do you defend it or attack when somebody challenges the concept? Because they've made it personal. At that point, Put some fucking duct tape on you, go in the corner and shut the fuck up because you're defending something you don't understand. And if you truly did understand, then you'd realize there's nothing to defend. You just observe it. Oh, okay, that's how it works. So most of the people are acting, and I hate to offend a poor fucking animal, acting like fucking sheeps. But then they think, oh, I'm just a little aware now. Aware of what? Do you understand how other currencies work? Do you understand how countries work? Do you understand how divide and conquer works? Well, not really. I said, so then why the fuck are you talking? We already got millions of books that have been written, and if anything else, that just condition people how to fucking play with their hemispheres. Forget about whether or not there was something on that written down that maybe some wise individual shared and left it. Most people are going to dumb it down. Most people are chasing the concept. They think they're fucking black or white. That is so fucking dumbed down. I've never seen a human being that's in a black form or a white form unless you understand magic. Now, you could be dark skinned or light skinned. And if there's a guy that's European and he tans and he meets a Barbados or Jamaican guy and he's light skinned, guess who's dark skinned at that point? But these guys will fucking talk over and over again. They don't even understand what the N-word means. Offspring from two different fucking species, light skin and dark skin. Guess what the offspring of that is called? The N-word. But most people say, like it's yo, man, you're fucking a child at that point. Now, they can get all upset with me. I said, how interesting. A self-absorbed person, once they're fucking cornered, they make it about me. That's fucking funny. Go inwards. Once you go inwards, you realize how much you've been full of shit in the conscious state. When I say full of shit, I'm just saying you're just being dishonest with yourself. But I get it. They distract us. Hey, throw us a basketball, throw us the government, maybe even talk about GMO. Well, first of all, GMO only works if everybody's already become enslaved. How many people would understand where the sun and the moon has to be to grow crops? Do people even understand how animals have to graze? Probably not, but they'll make it easy. Well, do you know, Dom? I said, there's a whole bunch of other people that share information. Is that of interest to you? No. So then why did you make it about me? Charles, most people aren't interested in this kind of shit. So they should at least embrace and understand their enslavement, understand how the language works, how the English language literally works, how maybe Sanskrit would work, if they're even going to use that language, how symbology works. Because we've been conditioned consciously and subconsciously. How many people learn all the words in the conscious state? No, you pick it up like a virus. You're communicating with other people. Next thing you're picking up energy from them and vice versa. Now, some people say, I don't believe that. I said, this is not about fucking belief systems. It could be about knowledge, but more or less more about discernment and understanding of oneself. It's never about knowing others. That's why, no offense, Charles, but when you talk about Clinton, Donald Trump and all that, how does that serve? These characters are getting paid, whether with attention or currency. And most of the masses, if actually conditioned correctly, I hate to use the word correctly, they would actually love to be in those positions because they would like the rewards that come from it. The word reward, think about that for a second. Reward. That's why when I find it interesting, you treat another fucking species with ill intent, somebody of dark skin or a gender and all that, wouldn't it be funny for karma turns around and said, in the next lifespan, you'll be that fucking thing that you despised.
That would be wild. People, well, fucking Red Sox suck. You been watching any baseball?
For me, Charles, I like stats, so I will follow different sports based on stats, but I really won't sit there and watch a game. So, but yeah, every so often I'll follow the stats, whether NBA or NHL.
Well, that's what I meant. Have you been following the stats? Because I don't sit and watch whole games either, but I do check in on the stats. Or I'll watch the next day. I like to watch the you know, they do like a quick rerun, like it's like they just show this, you know. They do those quick reruns of the game. But I went and got a pack of cards today. I spent $10, and I bought some basketball because that's all they had. And I got this guy named D Klingen. I don't know any of these NBA players. They're all new to me. A few that's left from old school, but other than that, I don't know any of these new players. But this guy from Portland Trailblazers. His name's Donovan Clingan. So I look my cards up to see, and this guy's from Bristol, Connecticut, which is right next to where I live. And he played for UConn and won those 2 championships. So I wonder if I could. My goal is to see if I could get him to sign this. I wonder if he still lives in Bristol.
Well, Charles, if you're collecting cards like people that do coins and painting, there's a thing called arbitrage where people actually speculate or play with currency fluctuation. So I have some buddies, they're big boys. They like to play with understanding where the Iraq currency is or where the Russian ruble is. So people can play with that kind of stuff. No different people speculate with painting. Especially now, a lot of paintings are usually duplicates, and that's how they move money around a little bit more freely, especially when they're restricting a lot of airplanes. I mean, what you can put on airplanes, like financial and all that kind of stuff. So whether or not you collect cards or coins, it's the same concept, same with stocks. People that want to be penny stock holders or bigger stocks and, speculate. There's a lot of
Pretty
people
much any collector item is the same. You
Yep.
got to have someone to buy it for it to be worth anything. You got to get a buyer first.
Yeah, at that point, you're an investor more than a collector. So, and again, usually how stocks work, usually the major players, they're usually control, kind of like think about cards with Beckett. They can control that. And then they make other
I forgot
industries.
about Beckett. Wow, I forgot about that. I used to get the magazine when I was like 12.
And then they give you a little bit more now. They have other industries that they orchestrated, like you could pay money to have it downloaded and appraised and all that. Same thing they do with timing range.
That's what it's all about now, Dom, is like paying that third party to get it appraised or graded. That's what it's all about now.
Mm-hmm.
Back in the day, people used to just, it would take 2 people and you would sit there and discuss a price and use the Beckett to base it off of. But I don't understand why this third party came into play. I guess 2 people can't make a decision.
Oh, no, I think what happens was in most of those collectible industries, some people, not a lot of people get in it because they're speculators at that point. They're not collectors. They're buying because they think they can flip it. Same with the housing industry. This is where greed comes in, where is a house worth $1 million or $2 million? Only if somebody else is willing to pay for it, or the bank orchestrates it, or we're going to give you a loan at a very cheap interest. So they're just making shit up at that point. It's like creating a widget. So once a person understands it, then they have to know when to go in and when to go out. So this is where people, if they want to learn about stock markets, how they work, whether or not it's with Bitcoin, they could do it with silver, gold, or even animals. Some people understand, how much oil is on their oil rigger. You know what I mean? So this is where people can learn about international trade. But unfortunately, most people only learn about domestic. This is what Canada sells or America. Okay, well, are we talking about Canada or are we just talking about provinces or states?
You ever heard of TTM?
Break down the initials? I might have, but I don't know what the initials are.
TTM is through the mail. Well, add an A to it. It's through the mail autographs. I found this. My mom, I remember when I was like fucking 10. I don't know how she got it, but it was a book. It had football, basketball, and baseball. I had all the stadiums addressed because back then you can send cards out to get autographed. So I sent Jerry Rice, and I shit you not, he sent me back an autographed picture, right? Jerry Rice. I was shocked because I didn't expect him to send it back. But I dumbass sold it for $100 when I was young because I needed money. And that's how I got my Mo Vaughn autograph. But I sent, I brought up that basketball player because he's from Bristol, Connecticut. And it's very, very rare that anyone out of Connecticut makes it, like George Springer's from New Britain, Connecticut, where I was born and lived most of my life. I sent him a fucking card, and he sent it back unsigned because he's a dipshit. And I told him in the letter because I know the principal is related to George Springer. I don't know how, I don't remember. But I told him that in a letter that his I think it's his mother, man, believe it or not, or his grandma, or whatever. But she was my principal when I was young, probably before he was born. But yeah, he sent the card back unsigned. But I've had people in Connecticut, I've sent, I forgot the catcher's name, but he was from Norwalk, Connecticut, and then someone else. And they actually wrote me back, these baseball players, and thanked me. I got the letters in my drawer. I saved them with the card. And they thanked me and wrote me back, and that meant a lot. But, man, they were thanking me in the letter like it meant a lot to them that, you know, people still, you know, appreciate their craft. It seemed like they don't get much people that ask for autographs, but I want to get that kid's autograph in Bristol. Like I said, it's rare. Or to Bucky Jones. He was from Mount Pleasant, in New Britain, Connecticut. He was born in Mount Pleasant. I went to high school. When I was in middle school, he was in high school breaking records in New Britain High. The year he graduated is the year of my freshman year. But I didn't get to meet Bucky because my freshman year I was fucking locked up doing my 2 years in New Haven, Connecticut. So I went to New Haven High. But yeah, I got to, you know what Bucky Jones is, right? He played for the Patriots. He won the Super Bowl with them. He's the guy who intercepted the ball in the Super Bowl and ran it back 90 yards, and then they called a flag. But that's the only reason I'm interested in that guy's autograph, though, because he's from Bristol, Connecticut. And then I got bad luck sometimes down when I buy cards, man. This pack was a dud.
Mm-hmm. A lot of humans are like cards.
No, nothing worse than this fucking thing, man. It's a dud. I hit a fucking brick wall on this one. I got a LeBron James, but it ain't nothing. I got a LeBron. The only good players I know is Zion Williams. What else did I get?
Well,
LaMelo Ball. He's decent, right? LaMelo.
So what makes you probably already know this, but it'd be nice just to share it out loud. What makes, let's say, a board card, this individual, what makes that card of value? Their performance?
What was that? It was kind of hard to hear you. There's like this, I don't know if it's like every time you speak, I guess it's like, it's the mic. I know it's the microphone, but it's the type, you got the type of mic when you speak, and when you stop speaking, it turns off, huh?
No, I had a mute for a bit. So what makes a card valuable? The individual performance?
I guess what makes it valuable first is the people who put a price on it, right? But yeah, I guess a person would have to have numbers for it to be good. But not always. Sometimes the people are just liked. So, but pretty much for it to be worth anything, yeah, they'd have to be good, have numbers, maybe break records and get in the Hall of Fame. But the most important, for it to be worth anything, you have to have a buyer. Other than that, you could say whatever it's worth. If no one buys it, it ain't worth shit.
Well, you can get to the psychology of it.
I rephrase that. It could be worth something to like, to me, they're worth more if I keep them. Some of them mean something to me. Some autographs I got stories behind. It's not always a price value, but for the most part, if we're talking money, yeah, you have to find a buyer. It ain't worth shit, you know?
Mm-hmm. Well, value comes in many forms. So is it because the card is shortchanged, meaning that they don't have that many produced, and even now you would have to take it with a grain of salt? Like I get Upper Deck used to number thing, and then they
still got those. They still have numbered cards, yeah.
And then they have samples. So
those are the ones that are worth the most, is the numbered ones, because
once again, what makes it valuable? Because somebody put a number on it? Because they do this thing with cars. They do it with cars. Lotus will come out and say, listen, we only have 250 of these cars. But what are they really tapping into when they put those numbers Greed, excitement,
The
being
illusion.
me. It could be an illusion.
It's the illusion of value to get a sucker to buy it.
Okay, but we're a sucker to buy in a lot of things. No different if going to a grocery store, regardless if the food's healthy or not. People say, okay, but it's cheap. Okay, is it cheap in a sense financially, or is it cheap because we know that there's malnutrition? Like, it depends on the person's awareness. So I'm just using cars as an example, because I can interchange that with paintings. I could say that about cars. Everything. You could even say that about humans.
I get it.
You know, so somebody that's a president or a chancellor could be valuable to somebody else. What value is he to us? Financially, is he a value? Is it helping us keep the masses sedated? Don't know. So at that point, we can only speculate, or at least play it out a little bit and say, okay, this is where my street ends. What do you mean? Because anything past that, I'm just going to totally speculate. Even now, when we talk about governments, most of us are speculating because we really don't know. And even when they tell us on the media, that could be staged.
Yeah.
So at that point,
the media, they can't be trusted for shit.
Yeah, but the media is openly talked about. We're not here to tell you the truth. We're here to entertain you.
And it's either entertainment or they have a agenda behind it.
Well, there's usually somebody that has an agenda, but even people that are going to take that information from the media have their own agenda too. Well, I want to know whether or not my conditions, my leader is going to win or whatever. I said, first of all, he's not your leader because unless you're paying them, they're not yours. But it makes you feel good knowing that you can cast a vote and now you think he won. What did he win? What did you win at that point? I would ask that to people that like to vote, let alone the people that choose not to vote. There's no right or wrong here. It's just, why do you vote? Why don't you vote? And then you can interchange with a jab. Why did you choose to take a job? The person quickly turns around and says, listen, I took the job. I'm not saying I did, but I took the job because I make 6 figures and I already am conditioned. I wear a tie. My wife wears high heels. I buy my Mercedes from all of that. You put enough prestige or comfort to that person, there's a lot of things that they would do. They might not say openly what they do, but they do it. So nevertheless, that's why when the whole ideal of people talking about people that are jabbers and non-jabbers, that's a distraction. Because it doesn't matter either way.
No, in reality, no, because I look at it like this. Whether you get the jab or not, there's other ways they're getting you from angles. Whether it's food, the air, the water, it's endless.
Yeah, somebody could turn around and say, okay, it's all about health. I said, really? So how many people are going to stop going to McDonald's or Subway stuff or Wendy's or Burger King? How many people are going to go to the grocery? There you go. How many people are going to go to the grocery store? What's the lesser of all the evils here? Proof that we're premature picked? Or are we talking about meat? Who knows how we kill that poor animal? So at that point, you're better off eating what's in the cardboard. Again, it's a game that we play with each other.
What do you think about the meat that they serve us down? Like, I could remember eating a double cheese one day at McDonald's a long time ago. I was drunk. We went and got some munchies. And I'm sitting at the drive-thru, and I don't know what made me think of it, but I look at my friend and I say, bro, how the fuck? Because there was a big sign, I remember, it said 1 billion serve a day or some shit like that, an outrageous number. And I look at my friend and I said, bro, I had an epiphany just now. I'll never forget this, sitting in the car, and I told him, how the fuck is there all these burgers? I was like, all these burgers in the stores every day, all these thousands and thousands of fast food restaurants serving burgers, Wendy's, McDonald's, burger. I said, where the fuck are all these cows coming from? And my friend looked at me and said, you got a point, bro. I never thought of it like that.
Then you have to start thinking about, do we even know what human remains really taste? But again, when it comes to meat,
that's wild, man. Yeah. Imagine that. Human remains. They fucked us.
Well, again, I get when people talk about different diets. I don't care if it's a fruitarian, breatharian, vegetarian, vegetarian. But people that talk about meat, my first question would be, okay, is it domestic game or wild game? Most people eat domestic game. They go to roadhouses, they go to McDonald's, whether or not McDonald's serving cows or some human Jerry down the street. Doesn't matter. That's domestic game. People that are raised on wild game, that's a totally different energy now.
I know. I pay attention to what's his name on Joe Rogan. Is a big hunter, and he was speaking about wild game and he said it's way different than domestic game.
Mhm.
And look how big he is. You know, like there's no steroids injected into it. So yeah, it's probably way better for you, more protein.
Depends, Charles. It depends. It depends on your own makeup. It's not just one fits all. That's the conditioning. So at that point, some people, whether it's their blood type, their culture, or whatever, they can benefit from wild game. I have a buddy, that's what he does. He has lots of those. Taxidermy has all the deers and all the cows, bears and all that. But at the same time, he knows you have to remove the males first, because the other ones have to reproduce, and it's how you kill them. So now at this point, a person will say, okay, if you got raised on it, you could probably be conditioned. Not everybody in the same household should eat the same type of food. So now in this case, the person would have to learn, okay, I'm not into Europeans, a lot of them are into carbs. So at that point, we're fucking with our insulin. Now, whether or not bread's healthy for you or not, that's another story. There's a lot of things unhealthy for us. Most of us driving in major cities, there's noise pollution, there's radio frequencies, there's Wi-Fi, there's electricity. People line their whole house with electricity. What do you think that does to the vessel? A lot of it puts it in disease.
Throws it off.
Go ahead.
It definitely throws it off.
It could. Again, if we understand frequencies, and at that point, cancer cells can be activated. Doesn't mean it's a bad thing, but then if people understand cancer cells, understand fasting, they understand detox, then they'll understand, okay, so I can actually purify it. Yes, but what are we doing? And for a lot of us, we're in situations we're not even aware of the environment that we're putting ourselves in.
I wonder why. I hate to interrupt you, but
No, go ahead.
do you guys hear a every time Dom speaks, or am I bugging?
That could be my snake voice.
I just want you to be clear so other people can hear you good.
Probably. It could be my my
Microphone.
mic that's attached to my laptop. It might be going, I apologize. So
Well, that's all right.
I'll play the
As long as
track and
people
I'll
can hear you, it's all good.
Well,
It does sound kind of crappy, but
yeah.
because I want people to hear what you're saying nice and clear.
No, if you can hear it, hopefully they're listening inwards, and if it resonates with you, run with it. If it doesn't, let it be. It's like changing the channel on the radio. If it doesn't resonate with you, no sense attacking or defending your position. Just move on from it. I think it's a waste of energy personally, and I've done all that research. Hang out with humanists, hang out with atheists, hang out with Christians, hang out with Muslims. I'm like, that's just human behavior. It's neither bad or good, but if those
Just
people
another
get something,
shepherd. Just another
be.
shepherd herding their sheep.
but if they get something out of it, all the power to them. Who am I to tell them otherwise? Now, they might turn around and say, I believe in a God. I said, okay, what God are we talking about at this point? You know, they might tell me a story, maybe a biblical story. I said, okay, so how does that serve you then? Because obviously, something created or put the sun and the moon in place. Something created clouds and mountains. And last time I remember, humans maybe can manipulate it, but they surely didn't fucking create it.
What is the sun and moon is the question. Then we could figure out who created it.
Could be
The
energy.
sun is people have been seeing these metallic orbs in the sky, and I thought, damn, what if because when you put these new cameras to the sun, there's a little black ball in the center that shows up, and I said, man, is the sun a fucking wireless Tesla coil type thing that just goes 360 degrees, some ball that emits light?
It could be, but for people that were understanding back in the day, even today, they would just say, listen, but there's signs, there's patterns to where the location of the sun and the moon is. Where a lot of people, we get conditioned with numbers or letters. So now we go by a Georgian calendar, even though there's tons of calendars going at any given moment here on the earth, but people usually follow the Georgian calendar. I said, so what does that mean now when you follow a calendar? What does it mean when you follow a clock? You know, they're not understanding the 13th point, which is the center point, but hey, I'm only used to the other 1 to 12. Okay, so what does each position mean to you? And for a lot of us, it's patterns. You know, hence the term reason or rhyme.
Yeah.
Reason
good with
theory.
pattern.
Yeah, and some people are, and you're probably one of them, Charles. For a lot of people, they're not good with it. They might be good with phonetics, for example. They know how to sound out words, but they might not be good with numbers. Some people be better with colors. Some people are good with tunes. You know, they hear something, and they can actually correlate. I can hear the guitar in the background, I hear the bass. I'm also hearing the synthesizer. And some people say, but I also see colors. Oh, okay, so you have that type of gift. But what ends up for a lot of people is they try to denounce each other. I said, respect is to hear another human being. Saying shit like I agree or disagree has nothing to do with respect. You hear another human being, as long as they're hearing themselves. That's the most important part. When I talk, I'm hearing me. And when somebody wants to debate me, I'm like, okay, so you're going to debate my view? If I don't speak, what are you going to debate? The words that we've been conditioned with? At that point, I know I'm talking to a child. No offense to them, but that's usually their emotion caught up. Because then they're going to say, well, I got to win this argument. And what do you get from it? You think it eats? Loser doesn't speak for a couple of days or a couple of weeks? No, I wouldn't want to do that. So then what are you trying to do? Why don't you just flip a fucking coin then? So listen, heads you win, tails I lose. There you go. Now, can we continue with the conversation? Because I'm here to share with other people, and hopefully other people are going to share. And if we share with each other, it might resonate. So I never thought of that. That's what you do with water. That's what you do with blood. That's what you do with the liquids that outside of those two things, whether it's urine, gold, silver. Most people are too busy. That little might be like, ooh, I'm not going to try that. Have you ever even thought of it? Well, no. So do you think anybody's asking you to actually drink blood? Well, no. But people do. So at that point, would it be better to understand why they do it? Especially when you find out they're your government leader. They're the ones that entertain you on TV. Yeah, but I don't agree with that. Because you should, if you agree or disagree with that, you're here to learn. You're not here to judge. That was my rant, Charles. People can do whatever they want.
I gotta jump off in 20 minutes. I'm just letting everyone know. 20 minutes. No, I appreciate your rants. A lot of stuff you say definitely resonates.
I'm my worst critic. Put me in a car by myself, go for a long drive, I'm ripping holes in me, and then I'll pass myself up again, rip another hole. You know, and that to me what means revolution, to revolve from within oneself. What is the self? How do I challenge that? Now some people will say, okay, Dom, you're a little crazy at this part. In my world, I don't mind being that. So what's your point? You want to be normal? There you go. Go fucking drive every day to a job. Go work at the mall. Do some stocks. Do whatever you want. Go raise your fucking kids if you want. And even that, my first question would be, did you teach them how to breathe? No. So then what the fuck have you taught them yet?
Teach them how to breathe. They barely raise their children because they're in school.
Well, then it's children raising children at that point. And that's not an offense.
No.
We're all here together here, worrying about whether or not my fucking color, my skin, or my gender. What's next? Fucking, Dom, do you use the number 4 more than 6? Oh, okay, are we talking about energy? Or are you just trying to be clever with me and say, yeah, I like 4 on Tuesdays and I like 6 on a Wednesday? Or am I even allowed to say Tuesday and a Wednesday? Again, these are the landmines that we put up with each other. The moment of I got you. I could have said that at the very beginning. I said, so what did you win from that conversation at that point? Well, I don't agree with you. Okay, you don't agree with me. What's the point?
I'm still trying to figure out what agree. What's agree?
Look at the word
the way I'm saying it, it's fucked up. I just think it's funny some of the words we use.
Yeah.
Agree.
But it's the word I. I agree. I disagree. Oh, should I give you a knee while you're doing it too? I'm just sharing stuff out loud. What other people do with this information, that's on them. I didn't create the language. I'm wielding it, but somebody can say, Dom, you have that hammer. I don't like the way you're holding it. Oh, okay, so it sucks to be you at that point. Do you think I'm going to hit you with it? No. Are you going to tell me I should only hit a nail? No, get the fuck out of here at that point. In the back of my mind, I'm like thinking, get the fuck out of here. Stay in your fucking lane. Your parents failed you miserably, or maybe they should have swallowed.
Damn.
That's me being a goof now, Charles. I'm okay with that.
Her mouth's an abortion clinic. Oh, that's fucked up.
You caught that one, Charles.
I said that in one of my rhymes a long time ago. I used that. Sometimes I like to say the most disrespectful things because some people just take things way too serious.
And serious has its role, same with silliness, but it's the sincerity that we can meet each other at and say, listen, you're being sincere. But yeah, Dom, okay, I'm happy for you. I'm happy for you. Whatever you do with that information, you got to live with it. You're the one that's in that vessel, not me. It's always fun when somebody wants to live in my shoe. I said, okay, but what about you want to live in my meat suit? Because you do already have it. I'm doing a shitty job at it. You want to take over for a while? Well, no. I said, then why the fuck are you arguing with me then?
Shit. Man. Yeah. I think like yesterday, McCoy brought up how when you eat this shitty food, right, and you have parasites, it brings a stench to you. And he said, when you go into a store, they sell you everything you need to mask your problem, right? And I said, he said, when it gives you dry skin, they got your lotion for you. Damn, what else did he say? But he was saying about deodorant. Yeah, deodorant. Yep. And to cover up the smell. And I said, damn, I never looked at it like that. Just like when you go to the doctor, they give you Harma stuff, which masks the problem. Most so-called medications, people don't believe me, read the little slip that comes on your meds. There's thousands of side effects. See, that's why I said in my rhyme, you know, you solve one problem but get 15 more, like pharma's prescriptions. You know, they might prescribe me Seroquel, and when you look on the side effects, it says diabetes, blah 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 blah. Yeah, it's gonna help you sleep, but in the long run, you're gonna get way worse problems. But yeah, they just doctor everything up, man. It's crazy. Instead of curing you, they just doctor it, cover it up, mask it.
But that's the illusion. The masses think it's about curing. So when it comes to pharmaceutical, it's like food and even the plants. It's there to maintain your health. So now when they test people with certain pharmaceutical, it's tested on healthy people. The side effect is usually when they prescribe it to people that aren't healthy. When it's tested on healthy people, now food, you can throw food right into it. Now you're talking about maintaining your health, not fixing it. Once your engine is blown, you can't fix it at that point unless you're going to reboot it and everything and take out the engine and rebuild it. No, it's about maintaining it. So for a lot of people, probably, but at that point you have to live with what you got. So unfortunately, a lot of people will take pharmaceutical and say, "Well, St. John's Wort does this, does that." I said it's there to maintain it. Now the big corporations are going to say you got to pay hundreds of millions of dollars so you can, you know, get some patent and all that kind of stuff. That's a game that we play. Outside of that, all the food's out there. We just have to, what's our lacks? What is our wants? Like, how am I going to find out what all these different ointments do for me, whether it's essential oils and all that? So even with body odor, if you fast long enough, your body will reboot after around 21 days and you'll realize your body odor is not there anymore because you've let your vessel, your ego, process what it already has in it. Because a lot of times you're overburdening it. So now, again, it's like when people talk about fluoride. I said, are we talking about just drinking fluoride or putting it on your skin? That's where McCoy was sharing yesterday about fasting for 60 days. It will cleanse you in a lot of ways because your body's taking in pollutants on a regular basis, outside of other things too, because, you know, that's just what we do to ourselves. You know, so it's not really about, go ahead, Joe.
And then your body withdraws from it too. It's like a drug because it is a drug. The chemicals in a lot of foods and stuff, you're going to feel sick and withdraw.
Yeah, and then that's where the parasites.
I stopped eating meat and I felt just not eating all this garbage and all these like processed snacks and shit. When they say the synthetic sugar is more addictive than cocaine, they ain't lying. I'd be sweating and shit when I stopped eating all this sugar. I'm like, man, they ain't fucking lying. The sugar is terrible.
I think, Charles, a lot of people, if they're actually not a lot of people, some people, if they want to pursue a healthy way of living, I guess, you would have to be aware of both your physical, emotional, and mental diets. Sometimes it's the mental diet or emotional diet that actually going to compromise your physical diet. And this is where parasites can take over one or both, all three of them. If a person's not developed emotionally, that's where we're going to get you. Mentally, oh yeah, I can do whatever I want. I said, I'll get you there. And then a lot of us, we've never even done the weaning process for a lot of us. Like meaning like a woman will wean her child for 3 or 4 years, so now the child's actually getting their calcium from the milk from that woman. Well, most of us are already malnutrition, so then we start eating things like drinking milk like from a cow and a sheep. I said, I don't want to look like a cow or a sheep. But that's where we're at. Majority of us. The few that are doing their effort, all the power to them. But this shouldn't be based on the few. You can learn from the few, but we also have to base it on what's the masses doing. Most of us are going to people's grocery stores. Most of us are eating shitty meats, eating shitty fruits. Now, when I say shitty, they're probably just malnutrition. You know, a lot of us aren't putting any time. We're microwaving, not me per se, but I used to do it too. Microwave our foods. You know, drinking way too much coffee.
Yeah.
And it's being honest with yourself. That's a start.
I'm in the process of changing my diet. And I give a lot of thanks to McCoy for giving me tips. And I learned a lot from him because he's you know, he always says he lives this stuff. He ain't just speaking it. And I told him that's the best information is to get someone who lives it and does it because they've already experienced it, so they could give the best, you know, better than others information. But yeah, I'm in the process, and it ain't easy.
You need people to be
not
honest.
drinking soda and all these sugars. It's like whenever you start a new routine. In the beginning, yeah, it's gonna be tough, but once you get used to it and you get past it, man, and you start reaping the benefits and you feel the difference, it's all worth it.
Yes, and a lot of us do it only when they compromise. So somebody like McCoy would be the wise person in the community, and we can actually mimic him because we're seeing the results. But for a lot of people, they first have to be honest with themselves first and where they at. Forget about where they want to be, where they're at. Why are you drinking pot? Why are you going to the grocery store? And as soon as they say, well, I have no choice, I said, that's where you're at now. You already have a defeatism going on. So don't expect just to hear somebody else tell you about positive things. You're not going to do it on your own. And until that person is honest with themselves, they might as well continue doing what they're doing. And they might be the ones that they become casualties. You become a diabetic, you'll have a heart attack. Yeah, but I don't want to have that if nobody does it willingly.
But that's an excuse when they say that because they do have a choice to go somewhere else or to change their diet. They just say, I have no other choice to make yourself feel better.
Yeah, that's an excuse. So at that point, those are the type of people that don't need to be hearing somebody that talks about actually doing the health or thinking about doing the health, or at least on other modalities that gets them there. You know, most people are going to say, I can't fast. I say, you fast on a regular basis. You just don't see it. What do you mean I have to do a silent retreat? You do it at nighttime. So it's usually people that are in denial. So at that point, I say this jokingly, Charles, they're not even ready to be in kindergarten at that point. They might as well just stay home. I said, no, you're not ready to go to kindergarten. The rest of us, or some of us, are in kindergarten, hoping that maybe the person that's in grade 1 is going to teach us some stuff. And that's great. But outside of that, most people, no, they're just here for entertainment. They're amusing themselves. That entertainment is done from within, not from without. That thing outside, that's just a distraction.
You've got radiation fatigue, Mission. Hey, Mission said Dom's mic needs adjustment. Why? How bad does it sound, Mission?
Probably does.
Why do you have radiation fatigue? You're getting treatment?
Not me, but maybe my...
No, Mission. He said he has radiation fatigue. Man, I know one thing. If a doctor ever said I have the cancer, I don't even want to speak that into existence. I've watched a few people have that and pass away. They gave up on their life quick. As soon as the doctor told them, it's like they just gave up. I'm like, man, I would not get no radiation treatment. That's just me. After what I've seen, what it does to people, I would starve it, if anything. I would fast like never before. Jesus. Someone was talking about Jesus earlier and fasting. Truth zone. And I forgot to tell them. See, it came to me now that when Jesus was walking in the desert and he was fasting, people think it's the devil that was speaking to him. But me, I think it was him speaking to himself. Because that side to him, it's almost like it was working against them to get them to or something was testing Jesus in that story to see how serious, you know, it could be so. Because even me in real life, when I was, you know, I battle addiction, people battle with it every day. Sometimes when I'm pissed off or I'm in a fucked up mood, there'd be that voice in the back of my head sometimes. It'd be like, just drink one beer, right? Testing. That's how I feel. It's like to test how serious you are.
Again, it's one of those things, Charles. Are people wanting or needing to fast? Does it resonate with them? Are people willing and wanting to do like maybe a 3 or 10 day silent retreat? Now, some people just say, why? I said, no, there you go. There's your philosophy question now at that point. That's their clever way of saying basically that's of no interest. I said, okay, so move aside. Other people might want to do that kind of stuff. You know, fasting does serve. You know, being in silent does serve, because eventually, hopefully, both of them, it'll show you what kind of willpower you have. Forget about free will. We're talking about willpower. And at that point, what are you going to be listening to? This is why when people meditate, start meditating and try to listen inside, they hear all that chatter. Got to go to work. Got to make sure my kids are doing this. You know, I don't like the government. I hate religion.
That noise you talk about.
It's noise.
That unwanted noise. You know.
Yeah.
You got to learn to tune that out and to really look at it. It's just a distraction. You got to tune that shit out.
Yeah, either you.
I didn't even know what meditation was, man. I had to learn on my own. No one sat me down and said, "This is how you meditate." I would just learn to silence certain things in my mind, and when I would do that and really look within, I got it. I was like, I get it now. I get it, and I value silence. I love it, man.
Some people can do that transformation inward. Some people, what they have to do fake it till they make it. So they have to combat that noise with spiritual talk. So now you have to overcompensate. Say they're going to coexist at that point. So I talk out loud because I know I have that noise. But more times than not, I've done a lot of things. I've gone years without working just because I realized I don't want to chase money all the time. I just don't want to chase it. Now other people say, but you need it. I said, that's your story. I'm telling you, I don't want to chase it anymore. At that point, that's no different. Say, I don't want to eat meat. But people will tell you their story. And I'm like, but I'm just sharing out loud. But if you want to tell me your story, go right ahead. But I'm telling you, I don't want to eat meat. Now, they might ask why. I said, thank you. At least you're asking questions now. But if you're going to judge me, get the fuck out of here. I'll do that for myself. This is where people have to understand where discernment comes in now. How does it serve to judge another human being? When a person commits a physical action and they harm somebody, let fucking karma deal with that. But unfortunately, humans say, listen, we're going to put them in jail. For what purpose? I thought this already was a prison. Some people might call it a school, but I call it maybe sometimes both. Schooling and a prison. So I'm in a meat suit. I got to spin a lot of plates. I got to drink. I got to eat all kinds of food. And then I got to go to the bathroom, do number 1, number 2. And then I got to shave and all that. That's a game that I play with myself. Other people never even have those thoughts. And if they are, they're fleeting. Oh, I had that one thought. I said, so that's what you just had one thought? You never really stopped and thought about who runs your body when you go to sleep? Well, not really. I said, so then how do you get into a conversation with other people? It's a question. And that's a question that could be taken inwards. But people don't realize how many walls they have. Well, I don't agree with that. I said, okay, what don't you agree with? Explain that when people go into a hypnosis, what comes to the forefront? What happened when somebody drinks way so much liquor, they start blacking out? Well, what happened when the person goes into a coma state? Who runs the body at that point then? Are we just going to use magical thinking and say, oh, it's done auto? What is that then? I've said it openly, the subconscious, you can use whatever word you want. It's there to serve. And it will serve faithfully, regardless if you want to jump off a fucking cliff without a parachute. It will jump. It might give you some heads up and say, maybe think twice about it. No, I'm going to still do it.
Yeah, it'll do that when you're halfway down. You shouldn't have did that.
No, I'm here for you.
I've been through that already. Yeah. It's almost like ha. So I've been through it. When I don't listen to the warning, it'll toy with you. Be like, I told you.
And how many people ignore that gut brain? They'll listen to the upper brain, and that's where the king and queen is, and they'll say, I'm a scholar, I'm a scribe. I said, but what about that gut brain? that intuitive part, that insightful part,
Well,
that
they're told that's
intelligent
the
part.
devil too. Some people, the religion, be like, "That's the devil. Don't listen." Right?
And you know who's saying that? You know who's usually saying that's the devil? The upper brain. It's never
No,
really
no, no. I'm
understanding.
saying the preachers tell people that, like, don't listen to that. That's the devil trying to trick you, or
Okay.
when it's only your higher self trying to tell you, but they call it the devil too. I think it's more or less a trick they use. Some preachers, so they could, continue to be a shepherd. They want people to look outside their self for the answers, instead of looking within.
That may be true, but you can only fool a person that's already fooled themselves. The person that's pretty strong and have boundaries, they'll look at him and say, yeah, good try. Move along. I don't care if you're a priest, a Mormon. I don't give a damn who you are, but I'll hear you out. It's usually the person that you see them struggling. I don't like atheists. Okay, whatever. I don't like humanism. Yeah, okay, whatever. Just hear them for what they are. It's a story. Now we're going to start talking about genres. I don't like rap. Okay, whatever. I don't like country. Well, whatever. Opposed to just enjoy it for what it is. But people don't realize how much they've made themselves fucking gullible. I don't like country. Okay, so that you just revealed to me you're programmable at that point. It's just music. Now that might not be your preference. That's fine. But if somebody turned around and said, listen, you just say you don't like country, they could easily turn around and say, I don't like rap. I said, now there's that illusion you play. Everybody has their own genres and they enjoy certain things more than others. No, don't tell me what you don't like. Tell me what you do like. And at that point, you're having a conversation with them. So these priests, if they're telling somebody that's Satan's work, I don't care if you say Satan, the angels, you can tell them that Satan's in the moon. Okay, that's fine. But then I can get into a conversation. So tell me why you would say that. Most people don't realize how much they're already judging before they even get into a conversation. That's why when I hear people say their likes and dislikes, or I agree or disagree, I said, you brought all that shit in here. How do you philosophize when you're already slanted? Take it for what it is. Be the observer. Be the fly on the wall. I feel like so you can't even interfere in the conversation. Yeah, but you don't understand. I said, you've already given yourself away. You're never going to understand me. I'm the one that's behind these eyes. Your role is to understand you. And then we can share with each other. But people don't realize how much they reveal themselves. Well, I don't understand. I said, that's nice. Well, I don't know. I said, so then what are you going to debate then? If you don't know anything. Or people say, I have belief systems. Or they'll bastardize it. Bullshit. I said, bullshit. The feces from an animal called a bull, this should not offend you. But if we're talking about belief systems at this point, and how many systems?
Thinking that when you said that, I was thinking horse shit.
Yeah, there you go. Horse shit, chicken shit, cow shit. They all serve a purpose in some way. But for a lot of people, they say it because what they're saying is, I'm upset. I can't believe you just said that to me. I said, what part don't you understand? You can leave, right?
Those are the type of people that ask for your opinion or how you feel, and when you say it, they be like, "That's fucked up."
There you go. Clever boy. At that point, they're clever boy. I said, I would respect you more if you just told me, I just want to argue. I said, I'm not that person to argue with you. Why? It's of no interest to me. There's nothing of value that you're going to give to me that's worth arguing for. But for them, they want that quick win. I said, would you like a W? Would you like me to write it for you?
It's like, what's the point of asking somebody, hey, man, how's this food? I remember my girl at the time asked me, how's this food? And I was like, it's fucking trash. Don't ever cook it again. She got mad. I said, you asked? I'm not going to beat around the bush. It's like, why ask if you can't handle the answer?
Yeah. Playing chess or any kind of board game without worrying about or concern about winning or losing, it's a totally different game. But most people don't realize, but I got to win. I said, and what's your reward for it? There's always going to be another game. But I get it. We've been conditioned. That's what sports does. That's what arguments does. That's what the whole concept of right and wrong means. And meanwhile, I'm thinking right or left, fucking straight. Give me directions here. Telling me right or wrong. What position? Who gave you that position? Did your parents fail you fucking miserably? Are they the type of parents who say blues for boys and pinks for girls? If they did that, give them a good fucking kick in the ass because they failed themselves. Now they can go out and earn tons of money. I said, but did they create you? No, they didn't. Did they create the universe? No, they didn't. So what the fuck have they taught you so far? Fuck all. If they're being honest with the self, but most people aren't. Their pride is fucking waving. Here I am. I won an argument. For what point? Because there's many points out there. Which one did you win? Who are you angry at? Your dad? Your mom?
You guys
The
heard the
mailman?
gunshots?
What's that?
You guys just heard the gunshots?
I didn't hear a gunshot. Sorry, Charles.
It was like,
Anyway, Charles, you said 20 minutes. I think I consumed 25 minutes of your time. I apologize.
no, it's all right. A bad person thinks, but as far as being an observer, I get it. I never looked at it that way. Not choosing a side, and by applying that, I don't want to say I feel better, but I look at things better by not choosing a side. Even, you know, I always look at things from every angle, but I would still pick a side. But I get it.
You got to start somewhere. But again, I've said this numerous of times, whether people grasp it or not, you're always the observer. Always. The experiencer, if a person really broke down what language is, you're observing and experiencing each word and each sound more than you are in the physical. But unfortunately for most people, they say, well, the experience is more valuable. So then you have to explain why most people want to observe watching sports or watching TV. Does one person or does everybody want to put their hands on the stove or jump off a cliff without a parachute? No, you need the one or two person that's going to try it, and the rest of the tribe people can learn and say, well, I'm glad I observed. Why? Because wisdom comes from observation. Now, if a person says my experience is wisdom, I said, okay, so the guy that becomes diabetic or heart attack, there's wisdom in that too, but you have to go in a long about way to understand this shit.
Yeah,
I'm not here to take away from
the guy
people.
who witnesses the guy having a heart attack and dying, he benefits, but the guy dying don't benefit because he's dead.
But at the same time, it's kind of like,
I'm joking.
No, but there's some sincerity to that. Like, I'll give you an example. Me and you, Charles, we basically go into the jungle, we find a berry, we bring it to our tribe leader and say, listen, who's going to eat it tonight? Why? Because we've never eaten this before. So whoever experiences it, two things are going to occur, if not many things. You eat it, Charles, because you've chosen to eat it. If you die, we're going to celebrate. We know now what not to eat. If you live, we're going to still celebrate. We know what to eat. That's the experiencer. Now, the rest of us are grateful. Now we can experience eating that grape. But for most people, that experiencing, constantly experiencer, that's left-hand path shit. That's the me, which is fine. But there's other paths, left-hand path, right-hand path, and then there's the middle path. And then there's the observing. You just observe it for what it is. I get it.
That's
We're all
crazy,
gonna. What's that?
About the story you just told about the berry. I was just thinking, like, I was just thinking, you know, the first time they did that and the person died, I wonder when they were exploring and they found something else new to them. I wonder who decided to be like the last guy who died. Who wants to try this? Not me. Not me.
I think it's crows' behaviors. When a crow dies, a whole bunch of crows will go around it to observe and try to figure out or understand, I guess, through human studies of it to see how it died. So for humans, it's the same ideal. We can learn from each other, but we don't need to learn from everybody. So if there's people around you, are they trustworthy? Because if a person said, Dom, I don't trust myself, then how can somebody trust me? I'm just sharing information. What people do with it, that's on them. I've never asked anybody to follow me. I don't ask anybody to trust me. That's them projecting at that point. I'm like, okay, if you think that you're so trustworthy, there's millions of people that have written books. There's millions of people that talk on podcasts. If you feel though you have something that's of value, please share.
We all have value.
Yes, I would hope so. But when it comes to the bigger picture, if there's such thing as a bigger picture, we might be insignificant as individuals. As a group, yes, we could be very destructive and constructive. Nature shows that, so I can't see why human behavior would be any different. It's just when we start getting slanted, you hear people say shit like, I just want to be positive. I said, so how does a car battery work again? Don't you need negative and positive and grounding? I said, so why would you just want to be the masculine action part only? What about the feminine part, the teachable energy? Because most people that say that shit, they got caught up in TV programs.
Yeah, you be off balance, man. You can't have all positive energy. You got to have both for it to work smoothly.
And then they bad word the word negative. Negative is an energy that you need. Same with feminine. Same with wisdom and understanding. You need that. Now, are we playing an illusion and thinking that we're really one, but we're playing this duality? Well, if we're going to play that game, let's make as many parts. You know, I don't want to just play with zeros and ones. I want to play with all the numbers. I don't want to play with black and white. I want to play with all the different shades. But again, that's just me now, and I don't mind sharing that stuff. And there's other people that share their stuff. And it doesn't matter what form it comes in. I'm pretty sure a lot of us would be entertained if a cat started going on there. But hey, how many people are going to debate with a cat and say, listen, I don't like the way you chase that fucking laser pointer. Really? Is that the conversation you're going to have with that cat? I don't like the fact that you're chasing catnip. I don't like the way you're chasing catnip. Oh, okay. But that's what we're doing to each other. We have this pompous attitude thinking we know what right and wrong is. Really? Does it serve in each moment? I don't know.
You should only know what's right and wrong for yourself, I guess. Right?
Even that, we're talking about right. Where's the left in all that? You know, I get the directions and all that. And to me, that's been conditioned. That's very religious, the whole concept of right and wrong. You're a sinner. You're a sinner. For what? What crime did I commit that classifies me as a sinner now?
Right. And as far as right and wrong, I remember when I was younger and my mother used to tell me these things about law, like, well, about marijuana. And she used to say, you're going to get arrested for it. It's wrong, right? And I'm like, but who are these people to tell me it's wrong? You know, what's right and wrong? If someone says it's right to them maybe, but not to others. So I get it. Who's in the back?
Right and wrong is like saying, yeah, my way or the highway. Hey, drop. Yeah, but again, that's the story that we all, well, not all, some of us feed to ourselves, and then other people take it on.
It was a good drop. He's playing a silence game. You think, you know, on my bucket list, I want to get a guy that allegedly can hypnotize people. Because I think it's bullshit. I want to see if it's really possible to hypnotize someone. I call bullshit.
No, they say you, no, it ain't bullshit. You got to be obsessive to it. Like some people is really that stupid. Like we can't be hypnotized, but it's people that can. You know what I mean? It's like Hitler, right? They said Hitler was doing mass hypnosis. If you ever watch the audiences he talked to, how the army was walking and all that, they call it mass hypnosis and shit. So you got a lot of sheep that just gonna follow whatever. Them the type of people you can hypnotize, but you can't hypnotize nobody like us. It's not gonna happen. So
the U.S.
I agree with you.
military does the same too. Is the German military? I know what you're saying when they march in cadence and all that to the left, right, left, and they're stomping their feet is like kind of like the beat. You know,
I'm talking about the Hitler motherfuckers when they kept their feet real straight and they just walked like a robot.
And they would stop it too, and they would put their hand out. And they would be kicking their feet up. I know what you mean. Yeah. I've watched those videos. That's why the sound, man, the sound of your voice can sort of like hypnotize people. These people are like masters of sound and all that. They know what they're doing.
Trump done hypnotized the whole United States. That shit crazy.
Yeah. All these people want a savior. They forgot to save themselves or don't even know how.
And they don't even need to be saved from that.
I used to do it until I realized, what the hell am I doing? ask an imaginary person for forgiveness. I'm like, man, I need to just forgive myself and move on. The fuck? Who am I talking to? Talking to the
Now,
sky.
what is it like if you actually sit down and think about it? What do you need to be saved from? I mean, 9 times out of 10 is something you can take care of yourself. So if
Yeah.
you sit back and think like I need to be saved from what? Living? Shit, because it's life. You know what I mean? You got ups, you got downs, you got in betweens. And that's what it is. That's what make it fun. If you was always up, it'd be boring. If you was always down, it'd be miserable. If you was in between the line, you would be indecisive. Once you know all three of them go together and enjoy your damn life, you're gonna be happy regardless.
Yeah. That's very true.
You ever saw a bum just smiling and happy? And it's just
Yeah.
like, man, how'd you so happy? It's like it is what it is.
I've met people through my path in life. I came across this woman who was always smiling, always happy. And one day I was in a real bad mood. And she asked me how I was doing, and I was ready to spill all this shit on her, but I just couldn't do it, y'all. And she was so joyful, it made me happy. This woman is always happy.
Mm-hmm.
Every day,
Yeah, but
smiling. I'm like, damn, her life ain't never bad. But they just know how to stay in a harmonious mood, or it's all about your
yeah,
thoughts.
man, but
If
it's
you think negative, you're gonna be in a bad mood. If you're always dwelling on negative shit, you're gonna feel down. That's why it's important to think positive thoughts.
hey, yeah, this phone about to die, man. I'll get back up here, man.
All right, drop. Your thoughts are like fucking music, man. It affects you the same way. What's the exact meaning of content? First off, what's a content?
You always have to con the self in some way. So
Drop probably forgot, and his phone's on.
Mhm.
That's why I muted him. Content.
Mhm.
Some of
Yeah,
these
big-
words are created, or when I really think about them, they are just noise.
and a lot of
Well,
people they ignore words. So to at least entertain them, in the word, what does content mean? What does the word act mean? And then people use the word fact or practical or action. You're in an acting realm. So hence the term, the world of stage. What
We're in
script
a
have you been
realm.
handed?
We're in a realm of continuous sound and vibration. Always, everything is in the. But what was I gonna say, man? There's something I wanted to say about sound. Damn it, man! I hate when that happens.
Charles, like you're probably like me. You rent. So, but if you know people and you understand what it is to be an investor or in the housing business, you might question, why didn't I do it when I was younger? Where not everybody's aware of this kind of information. It's not always a secret from each other. You're hoping other people don't understand it because if you profit from it, but that information is always there, and it's their responsibility to at least get that information, especially in the age of information. There's no way you can say, well, I had Nishan. Nishan means there's no way I could know. I said, no, you have libraries, you have things now on the web, that information's there. It just reveals for a lot of people that they're either too lazy to get knowledge and then apply it, and that can come in many forms. It doesn't literally mean you apply it in the positive, the action part. You can also apply it in the feminine, the teachable part, and then say to yourself, it's of no interest to me to do it, but I'm glad I actually heard that information or I read it. You know, there's way too much emphasis thinking that everything always has to be a human doing. Hey, that's beautiful. You can do it. That's all the power to you. But what about the being part? Because that's the part that we're always teaching each other how to be. You know, so be it. There's a reason for those words. So be it. And it's not about so do it. If you want to do it, do it. Go ahead. You're going to manifest it into the physical. And as you're doing it in the physical, you're helping Satan. If they think Satan's a bad guy or a bad entity.
Oh,
you know?
Satan is just the material realm. That's all.
Yeah. Hence the word adversary.
Energy and light.
Are you fueling? Hence the adversary. Are you fueling the material matter or the immortal spiritual part? Now, again, people like to use the biblical story, the tree of good and evil. They never said the tree of good and then this is evil. It's a combination of both. I changed the word around because that's the English version of it. Spiritual material.
We're the tree, right? We're the tree.
Well, that's trees like information. Yeah, trees like information, but there was two trees hand in hand. It's not just the tree of knowledge. There's a tree of life. You were in life. You know, you breathe it in every day. Now that's to keep this adamant body moving around. You know, but once that energy is no longer in that vessel, people are going to say, well, my father's no longer there. I said, no, he's always here. It's just that you attach yourself to thinking that he was in that vessel. And then you can, once you realize who we are, then you can see each other's behaviors when you're in that vessel. Oh, so you're a clever spirit. You're a dumb spirit. You're an intuitive spirit. Oh, there's different characters here. Then you can start talking about shapeshifters. But for
all
some
right,
people,
I'm gonna jump off.
oh, Charles, I'm off myself too.
Thank you, Dom. And peace to everyone in the chat. What's up, X? Inversal position.